Chapter 93. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Ning Shu. She froze for a moment, then slowly curtsied. "Thank you, your highnesses, for your love. This servant is a stupid person and doesn't know anything else. I only heard from the village teacher that there was once a great hero called Lu Bu. He was famous for his fighting prowess and was known as Lu Bu among men and red hair among horses. But because he changed masters several times, he was scolded as a slave of 3 surnames and was shameless. In the end, he was hated by all the masters. This servant thought that if I casually changed my allegiance to a new master today, wouldn't I be disloyal and disrespectful to the young master? I'm not worthy of the new master's attention. Your Highness really knows how to teach people. In this case, if I insisted, I would be ruining her righteousness," Xiao Yuni said with a smile. After the banquet, all the princes and young masters bid farewell to each other and boarded their own carriages to leave. Looking at Ning Shu supporting Xiao Qing as they left, Xiao Yuni stood on the spot and stared for a long time. It was so long that his palms were red from clenching them before he slowly let go. After leaving the third prince's residence and climbing into the carriage, Ning Shu exhaled deeply. "Why didn't you choose Xiao Yuni?" Xiao Qing asked quietly. Ning Shu asked in confusion, "Why did you choose him? He could recognize you with just a pair of eyes. Can't this kind of friendship move you?" She didn't know why, but although there was a faint smile on his lips at this moment, his tone was extremely cold, completely different from when he helped her to cover it up. At the thought of what happened just now, Ning Shu's head hurt again. If he recognized me, then he stopped me just now and attracted everyone's attention to me. It's tantamount to pushing me into a fire pit. No matter if he did it on purpose or not, he's harming me. If he didn't recognize me and hooked up with anyone who looked similar, then if he could hook up with a little eunuch today, he could hook up with another little palace maid tomorrow. So no matter if he recognized me or not, I don't want a man like him. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Then how did your Highness recognize me? What if I was also disguised by someone else?" Xiao Yuni was using his eyes, but he couldn't even see her. Xiao Qing faintly said, "A person can change their appearance and deliberately change their voice, but the weight and way of walking and the rhythm of breathing are something that has been cultivated for many years. It's imperceptible and difficult to change. Therefore, I can tell whether you are a human or a ghost the moment I hear it." Ning Shu nodded. Previously, he had said that she had a dog's nose, but wasn't he a cat himself? For some reason, the tone of his voice was almost the same as before, but it didn't sound so cold and harsh. Huiyamo, who was driving the carriage, turned around and asked, "Master, where are we going next? Back to the residence?" "To the eastern suburbs," Ning Shu said. Huiyamo was puzzled. "Why are you going there?" Ning Shu said, "Because in addition to the night joy, I also found tiny fluorite particles in the soil of the carriage's wheel. And near the capital, only the eastern suburbs have a lot of fluorite ore." Huiyamo frowned. "There are at least 100 households in the manor in the east of the city. Are we going to check them one by one? That's a waste of time." "No need." Ning Shu dipped her finger into the tea and slowly drew a topographic map of the eastern suburbs on the table. She especially marked the location of the water flow and the fluorite mine. First of all, the night joy can only grow near the water, and there are only 1 stream and 2 springs in the eastern suburbs. So, we can easily reduce the search area by more than half. Secondly, the carriage passed by the fluorite mine on the way back to the capital, so the search area is reduced by half. Finally, the manor where people recuperate must be a quiet and secluded place. It's best that no one will pass by there so that we can avoid being noticed." Her white fingertips finally drew a very small circle on the water-drawn topographic map. So the most suspicious part is only left with this last small piece. I don't know if Brother Huiyamo has heard of Tungto village? Where's that place? She heard Xiao Qing say, "It's a deserted village. A few years ago, hundreds of people died because of the epidemic. The villagers who survived thought that it was inauspicious, so they moved the village. Now, there should only be ruins left. It's the best place to hide." Ning Shu was just about to exclaim that there was nothing this guy didn't know. She couldn't pretend to be profound, but Huiyamo suddenly said in a serious voice, "Someone is following us." Ning Shu lifted the corner of the curtain and looked back. She whispered, "It seems that Xiao Yunyan is suspicious. I have to think of a way to get rid of them." She asked the maid in yellow about Wan Lu. As long as Xiao Yunyan was suspicious, it was easy to get the information. So, not only did she have to get rid of them, but she also had to get rid of them as soon as possible. Then, she immediately rushed to Tungto village to investigate. Xiao Qing was not worried at all. He leaned on the brocade cushion calmly. He didn't move at all. He looked like he was watching the fun. He said casually, "You attracted the flies, so you have to deal with them yourself." She had to deal with them herself? Time waits for no one. If she wanted to get rid of these people as soon as possible and not arouse Xiao Yunyan's suspicion, the best way was to do that. Ning Shu sighed in her heart. Suddenly, she let out a panicked and hurried gasp. "Your Highness, don't do that." The carriage suddenly stopped. She heard the rustling sound of clothes being undressed. Chapter 94. Several men in black followed them all the way. Suddenly, they saw the carriage of Prince Namping's mansion stop. The carriage driver hurriedly rolled down and stood far away, as if to avoid suspicion. Suddenly, there was a sound that made people want to fall in love with her. Ning Shu said in a low voice, "Sorry to offend you." Then she leaned over and knelt on Xiao Qing's legs. "Your Highness, I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to look at other men in the future. Please don't do it here. If someone passing by hears it." The girl sat on both sides of his legs. She didn't dare to touch him, so she put her hands on the inner wall of the carriage. But her breath was close. Xiao Qing's hand that was twisting the bone in his palm froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. He adjusted himself and continued to play the show with her in a sullen voice. "Do you still want to come out in the future?" No. I'll stay in the mansion obediently. I won't dare to come out and make trouble again." "Your Highness, don't be angry." It hurts." "Your Highness." "No, you can't touch there. Please forgive me." The voice in the carriage became more and more passionate. The movement could be heard from a mile away. It made people blush. Several men in black didn't give up. They moved closer and saw that in the corner of the curtain that was blown up by the wind, Xiao Shizi's black brocade robe and the little eunuch's moon-colored robe were entangled. One was dark and the other was light. It was very intimate. The men in black looked at each other and retreated silently. After a while, Xiao Qing's cold voice came from inside. "Are they still here?" Hui Imo stammered. They're all gone." His weak heart was baptized by a storm. He didn't know where to put his hands. He only felt that his Shizi and Lady Ning's act was really. He knew that Lady Ning had always been more fierce than ordinary people. But his Shizi actually cooperated, which was completely beyond his expectation. Hearing the response, Xiao Qing said expressionlessly, "Are your arms or legs broken? Why aren't you getting up?" Ning Shu immediately got up like a spring and sat back on the opposite side. She rubbed the tip of her nose embarrassedly. "Thank you for your cooperation, Your Highness." In a moment of desperation, she had resorted to such a method. Now, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to cover her face. She only felt that her image in front of him had been shattered to such an extent that it was too horrible to look at. Hui Mo got into the car and continued his journey to the eastern suburbs. For a long time, no one spoke in the carriage. Only the sound of their own breathing and heartbeats could be heard. Ning Shu was really thinking of what to say to break this awkward situation when she heard Xiao Qing silently lift a corner of the curtain to let in a wisp of cold night wind. He lightly said, "There won't be a next time." Ning Shu smiled apologetically. "There won't be a next time? Really?" In the third prince's residence, Xiao Yunyan raised his eyebrows and asked after listening to his subordinate's report. "This servant saw it with my own eyes. It shouldn't be fake." Xiao Yunyan sneered and ridiculed. "No wonder there are so many women in the capital. No matter if it's little 13 or the third miss of the Qi family, Xiao Shizi doesn't like any of them. It turns out that he has such a hobby. Let me be alarmed. I thought that he suspected me." Xiao Yunyan thought for a moment and then said to the skinny, gray-clothed strategist beside him, "But just in case, it's better to do things cleanly. Mister, immediately send a message to the other side. Tell them to dispose of the remaining people tonight. Make sure to do it cleanly and leave no evidence behind." Under the beautiful screen, his expression was extremely gloomy and dark, like a bloodthirsty knife. Chapter 95. Huimo's driving skill was very good. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at the eastern suburbs. At this time, it was almost midnight. The surrounding area of Tungtu village was desolate. There was not even a single light. Everywhere was covered by lush weeds. Many houses had long decayed and collapsed. It really didn't look like a place where people lived. Even ghosts didn't want to stay here. Is it really here? Huimo stood at the entrance of the village and looked here suspiciously. There are no footprints or wheel prints on this road. It doesn't look like someone has passed by. Ningxu felt it was a hindrance. She tied up the oversized sleeves of her official uniform and jumped out of the carriage. If I remember correctly, this Tangtu village has been deserted for 7 or 8 years. It stands to reason that this path should have been covered by weeds. But you see, there is no problem with this path. As for the fact that there are no footprints or wheel prints, it shows that these people were extremely vigilant. Before entering the village, they used a thick and soft cotton cloth to wrap the wheels and soles of their feet. Naturally, there won't be 2 deep marks left. Let's go inside. The fragrance of the night flower is very special. It is our best guide. When she was about to enter the village, she suddenly remembered that Xiahou Qing had bad eyes. She hurriedly turned back and said, "Your Highness, this way please. This slave, Ba, this little girl will help you." Xiahou Qing refused. No need. Ningxu looked over in puzzlement. She saw him raise his hand and strike out a gust of wind from his palm. A small pebble shot out with the gust of wind, bouncing left and right when it hit an obstacle. As for Xiahou Qing, based on the feedback of the sound he heard, he walked forward naturally without any obstruction. Ningxu was flabbergasted. She recalled how she had groveled to support and serve him, and felt like an idiot. Huimo smiled and said, "I told you earlier that my master is omnipotent." Ningxu was a little numb. Then why did he? She could understand that he was hiding his strength in front of others. But what about behind the scenes? Xiahou Qing, who was in front of them, said lightly, because he was tired. Ningxu looked up at the moon in the sky and was speechless. After about 15 minutes, Xiahou Qing and Ningxu stopped almost at the same time and said, "There is the fragrance of flowers. There are human voices." Huimo was pleasantly surprised. Then it should be not far ahead. The 3 of them followed the scent of flowers and the sounds of people. After walking for a short distance, they saw a lit house. There were 2 people digging for something in the courtyard. In the courtyard was an extremely grand flower bed. The flower bed was filled with all kinds of strange flowers and trees. Some were pure and white, some were peach red and flirtatious, some had just sprouted, and some were close to blooming. The gentle and beautiful flowers were mixed together, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. At first glance, it was as if one had seen a heavenly garden. When the last batch of fertilizer is ready, we can rest for a few days. His Highness said that this batch of flowers will be sent to the palace on the day of His Majesty's birthday. We must not neglect it. One of the people who was working said, "This batch of fertilizers is the freshest. I thought that we would have to wait for a few more days, but I didn't expect His Highness to send us a letter via messenger pigeon asking us to finish everything today. Hee, this saves us a lot of trouble." The other person worked for a long time and finally finished. He straightened up and wiped his sweat. "Why hasn't the fertilizer arrived yet? Mammy Lou is too slow. I'll go and urge her. I'll go and have a look too." The 2 people put down the tools and turned to walk into the house. After the 2 people left, Huimo jumped down from the dense shadow of the trees. He stood in the flower bed and picked a flower. He was confused. What fertilizer? He didn't understand at all. But this flower was very beautiful. It was not worse than the flowers in Yunnan province. Ningxu next to him looked at the flower in his hand. She moved her lips and wanted to say something. But in the end, she stopped. She motioned Huimo to go closer to the house and continue to listen. Inside the house, a mammy in her 40s or 50s was holding a few bowls of freshly made soup. She smiled and walked to the people inside. She said softly, "Girls, the soup is ready. Come and drink it." Chapter 96. Under the dim yellow light, a few girls were tied up and thrown into a corner. Looking at the soup that was brought over, they desperately cried and begged. Tears and snot flowed down their faces, but how could the fish on the chopping block turn over? The granny sighed as she carried the soup. She walked over and grabbed one of the girls by the neck. "My good girls, I didn't want things to turn out this way. Originally, you could have lived for a few more days. You can only blame your bad luck for encountering the incident at Phoenix Terrace. His Highness has given a death order, so I can only blame you. Drink it obediently. After drinking it, you will truly be as beautiful and dazzling as flowers forever." With that, she forced the girl's mouth open and poured the soup in her hand. A stone suddenly flew in and shattered the soup bowl in her hand. The granny was scalded red by the boiling soup. She quickly retracted her hand and shouted, "Who is it?" She saw a slender and very delicate-looking young man sitting on the windowsill. He smiled at her. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. If they don't want to drink it, why force them? If you really don't want to waste it, you can drink it yourself. Under the moonlight, the young man smiled lazily. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His smiling eyes were as clear as water and directly hit people's hearts. It was hard to look at him directly. It was Ning Shu. "How did you break in?" The mama's face changed and she immediately shouted, "Lai Er, Lai San." Ning Shu tilted her head and smiled slyly. "Are you looking for those two?" As soon as her voice fell, the door was kicked open. Like dragging two dead dogs, Huiyamo kicked the two strong men in front of the mama. He crossed his arms and looked at her coldly. It was obvious that the person who came was not a kind person. The mama immediately became angry and pulled out a short knife to stab Huiyamo. "Hey, where did your confidence come from?" Huiyamo admired her courage. He lifted his foot and gently kicked the mama. The mama spat out a big mouthful of blood and fainted. She became the third dead dog on the ground. She had one foot in the door of hell and didn't expect to be rescued. The girl trembled with excitement, and tears flowed down her face. She kept kowtowing to Ning Shu. Thank you, benefactor." Ning Shu stepped forward to untie the rope on the girl's body and comforted her in a low voice. "Get up, you don't have to kowtow. What's your name?" "My name is..." After being untied, the girl, who had been crying with her head down, suddenly raised her head and gave her an extremely gloomy smile. She threw a handful of powder at her. "I'll kill you." Ning Shu suddenly woke up, but she didn't have time to react. She heard the sound of a mechanism beside her ear, and her whole body was thrown into a deep secret passage. Wild Goose returns. It all happened so suddenly that Huiyamo shouted. He bent his fingers and was about to strangle the girl's neck, but the other girls who were tied up in the corner had already surrounded him silently. Powder flew in front of Huiyamo's eyes, and he fell to the ground. After kicking the unconscious Huiyamo into the secret tunnel, the three seemingly weak girls slowly wiped off the fake tears and pretenses on their faces, revealing their old and ugly faces. They were smiling, and their expressions were as gloomy as ghosts. I thought they would be powerful, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. Are these two going to be fertilizer or flower utensils? In the deep and serene tunnel, not a single ray of light could be seen. Only a dim candlelight flickered gently, illuminating dozens of huge jars in one corner of the tunnel, and also illuminating the unconscious Ning Shu and Huiyamo in the other corner. The whole tunnel was filled with an extremely foul smell of rotten blood and a strange fragrance. The mixture of the two made people want to vomit. An axe stained with old blood was placed next to Huiyama's head. The leader looked at them as if they were livestock and sneered. "The taller one is rough and coarse. Later, we will chop him up and take him out to make fertilizer. The shorter one has a very beautiful face. Although she is not a girl, it would be a pity to make her into a flower fertilizer. It would be better to use her as a flower utensil." Chapter 97. Just as the axe was about to hit Huiyamo, there was a sudden movement from the top of the secret passage. It seemed that someone had activated the mechanism. The guards immediately said, "These two people can't run away. We'll deal with them later. Let's go up and take a look first." They immediately left the two people behind and went up to check. However, they didn't know that the moment they turned around, Huimo and Ning Shu silently opened their eyes. Ning Shu got up from the cold hard ground. She didn't have time to feel sorry for her waist that was hurt just now. She looked around the secret passage. The smell inside was so strong that she couldn't help but frown. Huimo sniffed hard and suddenly stopped. "Oh my god, this is the smell of Bai Mei Xiang." Ning Shu asked, "What is that?" "This flower is a kind of beauty product that is forbidden in the Western region. After eating its seeds and grinding it into powder, a woman's face will stay in its best state. She will be beautiful from the inside out. However, at the same time, it is also a harmful poison. After eating it for a long time, people will become dizzy and lose their rational judgment. In the end, they will become a puppet that listens to others. If a man has sex with a woman who is taken by Mei Xiang for a long time, well, contact with her, he will slowly be poisoned and addicted to it. Once, the king of Shi Tuoluo used this thing to control his court. In the end, the court was in chaos and it led to the destruction of Shi Tuoluo. The third prince has this kind of thing. What does he want to do? What does he want to do?" Ning Shu's clear eyes flashed a touch of fierceness. "Of course, it's for the throne." In fact, it was common for a noble family to keep prostitutes. In many banquets, when they entertained male guests, they would arrange some outstanding maids to serve them. When they were just exchanging cups and getting drunk, who could prevent those beautiful young girls from having such secrets hidden in their bodies? It was no wonder that even though Xiao Yunyan's aptitude was considered mediocre among the princes of His Majesty, he still had a lot of fans in the court. It was likely that he had borrowed the power of this 100-charm fragrance. Perhaps even Jin Sheng himself couldn't believe that the most gentle and reserved prince among the 6 princes was secretly using such a despicable method. Huimo's expression was very uneasy. "But why does this flower grow here? What happened?" Huimo fell into a deeper fear. He could not help but bite his fingernails. Because this flower usually grows in corpses. If it grew in a corpse, then the smell of rotting blood in the air was. Ning Shu's expression became serious. Her gaze quickly fell on the huge jars in the other corner. She walked over to take a look, and then closed her eyes forcefully. She then walked deeper into the secret passage and found many of these huge jars in every corner. There were more than 100 of them. There was a girl lying quietly in each of the jars. Some of them had been dead for a long time, and their bones had long rotted away. Some of them had died not long ago, and their finger bones were still clinging to the mouth of the jar. They were looking up at the sky, and their eyes were wide open. Each girl had 17 to 18 wounds on her body, which had long rotted. Inside each wound, there was an extremely beautiful and bizarre 100-charm flower. The roots of those flowers and plants had deeply penetrated into the girls' flesh and blood, greedily absorbing the nutrients inside their bodies. They bloomed and bore seeds until they were completely sucked dry and turned into a pile of bones. Since then, she completely understood. When these girls were alive, they were marionettes that Xiao Yunyan used to control people's hearts. After they died, they were flower vessels that were used to plant more 100-charm flower. Sending them to the village to recuperate when they were sick was simply a pretense. Looking at the scene in front of her, which was even more terrible than hell, Huimo clenched his teeth and could not stop trembling. Why? Why do they treat them like this? Are these girls not the same as them in the eyes of those people? Ning Shu took a deep breath and turned her head away. She could not bear to look at it for a moment. Some people stood at a certain height and could not learn to look down. They only felt that they needed to look up or at the same level as human lives, and the ones kneeling at their feet were just livestock that they could trample on at will. Chapter 98. Ning Shu reaches out her hand and closes the girl's eyes. Suddenly, she hears a faint cry from a jar in the depths of the secret passage. "Help! Help! I don't want to die. Someone help me." The voice is like silk pulled to the extreme, and it will break at any time. Ning Shu's heart tightens. She immediately chases to the source of the voice. There, the two of them work together to move away a few jars that were blocking the way. When they opened the lids, they saw a bloody and thin figure lying inside. There was a deep wound on her neck that she was trying her best to cover. Blood seeped out between her fingers with every word she spoke. Her skinny face is covered with blood and tears. She looks only 13 or 14 years old. Seeing Ning Shu and Hui Mo, the little girl excitedly reaches out to them. Her throat makes a cracking sound. Don't talk, I will save you. Hui Mo is shocked. He quickly takes out a lot of medicine bottles from his arms and sprinkles her wound. He also tears a piece of his inner clothes and bandages her wound. But his hands are shaking and he can't make a move. Let me do it. Ning Shu pushes him aside and bandages the little girl's wound. After bandaging, she has tears in her eyes. She and Hui Mo work together to carry the little girl out of the deep jar. However, no matter how gentle their movements were, the little girl still let out a miserable groan from the pain. That was because there were wounds all over her body. There were cuts all over her body. When the 100 Charm fragrance saw human blood, it immediately took root and dug into her flesh. As long as she moved, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Hui Mo's eyes are red. He punches the ground hard. How can this be? She looks like a child. After feeding the little girl a painkiller, Ning Shu takes a deep breath and suppresses the pain in her heart. She says, let's look again. Maybe there are other living people. Wiping his tears, Hui Mo clenches his fist and checks each jar with Ning Shu in order. Unfortunately, they can't find a second person who is lucky enough to survive. Only the Baimei incense, which exudes a strange fragrance, blooms one by one in the bone objects. It is disgusting. When looking at a jar, Hui Mo's eyes inadvertently fall on the wrist of the skeleton. He suddenly exclaims, Lady Ning, look at this bracelet. He raises the wrist of the skeleton and sees a delicate bracelet hanging on the festering flesh. The bracelet is made of fine gold and decorated with 3 gems. It is full of Western style. It is exactly the same as the one he saw in the hand of the brothel in the Moon Lake. Sister Nine. Seeing the skeleton and bracelet, the little girl cries. Ning says, you said she is Nainu? The little girl weakly nods. This? Hui Mo looked at Ning Shu in shock. If this is Nainu's S, who is dead in Phoenix Terrace, this skeleton looked like it had been dead for more than a year. It was completely different from the one in the Phoenix stage. How could there be 2 slaves Nian? It's really a ghost. Rubbing her painful Huichun acupoint, Ning Shu's eyes fall on the scroll hidden in the skeleton's arms. It seems to be a scroll. It seems to be very important. Even if she dies, she holds it tightly and doesn't want to let it go. Ning Shu silently apologizes. She walks over and opens it. She didn't expect it to be a picture scroll. The painting has been around for a long time. The edges and corners are yellow, and there is a large brown blood stain, but the painting is really beautiful. Every stroke of the brush was charming and gentle, and it seriously depicted 2 young girls swinging under a flowering tree. One of them was slightly older, holding a green plum leaf in her hand. She smiled at the person outside the painting, and her eyes were like stars. The other one was slightly younger, leaning on her elder sister intimately. She stretched out her hand to grab the falling flowers from the mandrake tree above her head. The faces of the girls are hundreds of times more beautiful than the blooming mandala flower. Next to the painting, there are 2 lines of signatures, remembering the 21st year of natural selection, August, Yuzeo, Nainu swing picture. Ruo Hui. Looking at the smiling eyes of the girls in the painting, for a time, countless images flashed in front of Ning Shu's eyes. There is the hazy rain in Jiangnan, the green plum rolling on the ground, the glaring blood words on the ground, the white hibiscus blooming on the pink sleeves, the ink-colored robe wet by the rain, the magnificent palace wall, the 5th princess's unwilling sigh, Yun Ruahui holding back the tears in the corner of her eyes. Thousands of images converged into a white light and exploded in her mind. She murmurs, so, it is like this. Chapter 99. By the time Ning Shu crawled out of the secret passage, Xiahou Qing had already dealt with the other dogs. He was slowly sipping tea under the care of Jiuxi. Ning Shu wiped the sweat on her head, looking at her dirty and smelly body, and then looking at the handsome and outstanding man. She felt a little sour in her heart. However, when she saw those vicious dogs, she felt much better. Because the tendons of those people's hands and feet were all cut off, they were thrown into the fertilizer pits that they had dug before, slowly composting. They wanted to commit suicide by biting poison, but their jaws had long been removed. They were like a pile of mud, experiencing the purgatory that the girls who had been tortured by them had suffered. Ning Shu's eyes swept across the ground and found pieces of hidden weapons made of gold foil on the ground. At a glance, she knew who made them. She looked at the gold foil a few times with heartache and thought, "What a waste of God's gift! What a waste of God's gift! Why didn't I see him being so generous when we talked about splitting the expenses 50-50? So, you already understand the mystery of this case?" After listening to her narration, Xiahou Qing put down the teacup and said slowly. Ning Shu shook her head. "I can't tell you everything, just a general idea, because I still have 3 questions. First, how did she become her? Second, who was the second Nina? Third, why must it be Phoenix Terrace? The first question, I should be able to find the answer in the Ministry of Justice. The second question, I have to wait for Zigue to come back, and everything will be revealed. The third question, I can only go to him." "Which him?" "Yun Ruohui." Xiahou Qing nodded, got up and said, "Take this little girl with you." Ning Shu said, "What about the mess here?" "Huiyamo and Ju-Si can handle it." Xiahou Qing casually raised his chin. Gently handing the little girl to Ju-Si, Huiyamo quickly took the tools and dressed himself up according to the appearance of the leader of the vicious dogs. The other guards who came with Ju-Si helped him. Not long after, the manor full of beautiful flowers had been restored to an ordinary paradise. Xiahou Qing said, "Let's go." Ning Shu nodded. Just as she was about to step out of the courtyard, an arrow suddenly shot towards her glabella. Fortunately, Xiahou Qing grabbed her and helped her avoid the hidden arrow. Caught off guard, she bumped into Xiahou Qing's arms. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Before she could think of anything else, she immediately looked outside the courtyard. The third prince, Xiao Yunyan, held a bow in one hand and maintained an archery posture with the other. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at them. The mask of gentleness and sincerity that he used to wear on his face was completely removed, revealing the true ferocious face underneath. He put down the bow in his hand, lowered his head, and revealed the whites of his eyes. He sneered at them like a ghost. "So it really is you two. If she didn't tell me, I would have been deceived by you. Now, since my biggest secret has been exposed by you, I can only ask you to be buried with my secret." Ju-Si and Huiyamo wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As Xiao Yunyan's voice fell, hundreds of his guards lit the fire in their hands. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion around the courtyard. In an instant, the mountain shook and the ground shook. The raging fire burned the sky. Behind the curtain of fire, Xiao Yunyan let out a wild laugh. Obviously, he had completely gone crazy. "I, Xiao Yunyan, am the next appointed emperor of you. Those who dare to block my path to heaven, all die for me." The hot smoke almost burned her face. Ning Shu hurriedly covered her face with her sleeves. But fire! There was fire everywhere. Everywhere was fire. More and more sky tremor thunders exploded in the surroundings. The flames that engulfed the heavens pounced towards Ning Shu and the others like a ferocious beast. Bite. Roar. What should we do? This fire is too big. It has already surrounded us. We will be burned to death. Ning Shu's heart was beating like thunder. Even if they were lucky enough to break through this fire circle, they would still have to face Xiao Yunyan's encirclement. Tonight was probably a bad night. What should I do? Ning Shu's mind raced. She urged herself to quickly think of a way to escape, but her mind was empty. Just as she was racking her brains, a hand suddenly stretched out and pushed her into the sea of fire. The moment she fell into the sea of fire, Ning Shu turned around in disbelief and looked at Xiahou Qing behind her. Under the reflection of the hot fire, his jade-white face was still as handsome as an immortal, but also ruthless and cold, like a piece of ice that would not melt for 1,000 years. Chapter 100. 3 days later. Every corner of the capital was abuzz with discussions. Fear and unease were written all over everyone's faces. Have you heard? Tongtu village in the eastern suburbs was ablaze 3 days ago. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights until it was extinguished this morning. The entire village was burned to the ground. Nothing was left. Wasn't that village abandoned because of the plague? There was no one there. How did it catch fire? It's the work of ghosts. It must be the work of ghosts. Hundreds of people died there in a single night. It's over. It's over. Empress Show's matter isn't over yet, and now a new resentful ghost has appeared. We can't stay in the capital anymore. Have you heard of the other matter? Duke Ning's Lady Ning, who was appointed by the Empress to investigate the case, has disappeared. Duke Ning sent people to search for her for 3 days, but they couldn't find her. Duke Ning's wife fainted on the street crying. I'm afraid that Lady Ning has met with misfortune. Everyone is guessing that she was dragged down by ghosts and killed. Where's the Golden Buddha? Why hasn't the Golden Buddha come to the capital yet? If we don't suppress these ghosts, our great you will really be finished. In another dark corner of the capital, Yun Ruahui's face was as white as paper. His tightly clenched fists trembled. So many people have died. Stop. I beg you. You should stop. Standing in front of him, the well-dressed woman smiled faintly. Her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, but it was also terrifying. Are you criticizing me? Don't forget that night on Phoenix Terrace. I stabbed Ninu's heart, but you were the one who set the corpse on fire. I'm a devil, but how good are you? In that instant, Yun Ruahui felt a sharp pain in his heart. She raised her hand and gently caressed his pale but handsome face. Only when they're dead will people not know that the Yun family's outstanding and talented eldest young master Yun actually had such an unbearable past with a lowly courtesan of a brothel. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. Her movements were so gentle, and her voice was so affectionate, as if it contained years of infatuation. But it made Yun Ruahui so scared that he felt as if he had seen a ghost. He retreated 3 steps in succession to avoid that soft barbarian. The woman's hand froze for a moment, her tone suddenly became cold, and a strong hatred surged on her face. Are you blaming me? But the one who caused all this tragedy is you. You let me down back then. Yun Ruahui's eyes reddened. Yes, I'm a sinner, an evil person who should go to hell. So the one who deserved to die wasn't Ninu, not Lady Ning, and not anyone else. It was me. It's me. You should kill me and let everyone else go. The hatred on the woman's face receded as she looked at him, who was on the verge of breaking down. A gentle smile appeared on her face again. I won't kill you. After all, you're the person I love the most. Everything I have today is because of you. I used to lie in the mud. If you didn't let me down, how could I luckily obtain this opportunity to turn over a new leaf? I should return to the palace. If I don't go back now, I'm afraid someone will become suspicious. The woman turned around and prepared to enter the carriage to return to the palace. As she turned around, a token accidentally slipped and made a crisp sound. Aya, I dropped my command medallion. Her personal maidservant immediately bent down to pick it up and brought it to her. The front of the token was a special permission to leave the palace at any time, and the back was engraved with the name of the 5th princess, Xiao Chongyue. Chapter 101. 8th of April. This was the best day to welcome the Golden Buddha into the capital according to Master Jiannung's calculations. Due to the continuous haunting of ghosts, the entire capital was in a state of panic. They were all hoping to borrow the power of the Golden Buddha to disperse the demons and ghosts and ensure their safety. Thus, the Golden Buddha ceremony, which was originally estimated to be attended by 100,000 people, was now thrice as many as expected. A total of 300,000 people gathered at Phoenix Terrace. When they saw Jin Sheng appear, they all knelt down. Long live His Majesty! Amidst the cheers, the emperor turned around and looked at Empress Chao and consort Wen behind him. The two of them took a step forward at the same time, but the emperor finally held consort Wen's hand and pulled her to the front to accept the worship of the people. The people immediately shouted, "It's consort Wen. She's out. Long live Imperial Consort Wen. Imperial Consort Wen, please bless us. Imperial Consort Wen, please appear and disperse the evil spirits." Empress Chao, who was left behind, still maintained a decent smile on her face. She was perfect and graceful, like a calm wave, like a peony that had bloomed for many years and still refused to wither. However, after the first wave of worship, she coldly turned around and said to the palace maid beside her, "Today's deadline is up. Where's Ningshu? She hasn't been found yet?" She handed the case to Ningshu, but until today, not only was the case not solved, it was getting bigger and bigger. Although Jin Shang didn't say anything on the surface, his actions just now had already revealed everything. Listen to what the people were shouting just now. Not long live the Empress, but long live Imperial Consort Nguyen. She had been the Empress for 25 years and had always been the Empress. For the first time, this was the first time that her honor as the Empress had been ruthlessly trampled into the mud. It was simply ridiculous. The palace maid, Kai Bin, fearfully said, "Imperial Consort." No, no. The Empress's graceful and noble eyes were filled with coldness. "All of you are useless trash. She better be dead. Otherwise, if she falls into my hands, I will definitely grind her bones to dust." After the worship, the Master Jian Nung reported that the auspicious hour for the completion of the Golden Buddha had arrived. The emperor nodded and signaled for the ceremony to begin. Accompanied by a deep chant, a 5-meter-tall Golden Buddha, escorted by thousands of Yongqingwei, slowly rolled into the gloomy and abandoned Phoenix Terrace amidst the exclamations of the people. The Golden Buddha's solemn appearance was dazzling with golden light. With its most compassionate smile, it saved the people who believed in it. Wherever it passed, the people exclaimed in unison, bowing their heads and praying silently for the protection of Buddha. Just as the people were devoutly worshipping the Buddha, a strand of Sanskrit came from the horizon, followed by a 7-colored Buddha's light. Under everyone's amazed gaze, it fell on Consort Nguyen, who had been smiling gently. Consort Nguyen was surprised for a moment, but then she revealed an even more gentle smile to the people. Today, she was wearing a pearl-white wide-sleeved long dress. There were no patterns on the dress, only the light muslin fluttering in the wind. Under the brilliant 7-colored Buddha's light, she was solemn and gentle, holy and compassionate, just like the benevolent Guanyin who helped the world. The people excitedly shouted, "Imperial Consort Nguyen has appeared. Guanyin Bodhisattva has appeared. Greetings to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva has come to save us. His Majesty is wise. Imperial Consort Nguyen is wise." The frightened people were finally appeased at this moment. The emperor's face finally revealed a satisfied smile for the first time in a few days. He said to the Empress, "Empress, I remember 10 days ago you said that when the Golden Buddha enters the capital, you will give an explanation for this case as the first gift to welcome the Golden Buddha. What's the explanation?" Under the emperor's unfathomable gaze, Empress Chao clenched her fists and said, "Reporting to your Majesty, the sinful woman, Ningshu, has an extremely evil fate. She is the bane of our great Yu's existence. This ghost's mischief was caused by her. Now that her whereabouts are unknown, I think we should capture her entire family to atone for her crimes." Chapter 102. Xiao Yunyan, who had been standing beside the emperor to watch the ceremony, had a sinister smile in his eyes. The fifth princess sighed but did not stop them. Her illness had worsened recently, and she could not even take care of herself. She could only sigh in pity. Below the stage, Xiao Yuni, who was leading Yang Qingwei to escort the Golden Buddha, immediately raised his head and was about to rush forward to plead for leniency. But it was too far. He was too far away. It was too late. A moment of hesitation flashed across the emperor's face before he quickly made a decision. "Then we'll do as the empress says." Then, he pulled Consort Nguyen's hand and shouted to the 300,000 people below the stage. "Duke Ning's sinful daughter, Ning Shu, is a jinx who brings calamity to our dynasty. Guards, immediately arrest Duke Ning and his family and take them to—" The emperor was about to finish his words when the crowd, which had just calmed down, suddenly burst into exclamations again, as if they had seen a miracle. Everyone followed the sound and turned to look. They saw that the 7-colored Buddha light that had descended not long ago had descended again for some reason. Like a rainbow in the hands of an immortal, it leisurely fell on a person wearing a curtained hat in the corner of the wall. That person's figure was graceful and slender like an orchid. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, She calmly took off the curtained hat on her head and revealed a beautiful smile. It was like the first pomegranate in early summer, like fire. In an instant, the emperor, Empress Chao, the imperial consort, Xiao Yuni, everyone's expression changed. Xiao Yunyan's footsteps swayed, and he almost slipped. His face was full of disbelief. How could this be? After a moment of shock, the people discussed and said, "Why is there another Guanyin?" "No, there's only one Guanyin, Consort Nguyen. How can there be a second one?" Outside the crowd, under the protection of the servants, Qi Zhuanyu curiously shouted at the second Guanyin in the corner of the wall. When he saw her face, Qi Zhuanyu suddenly shouted, "I recognize her. She wasn't some Guanyin bodhisattva. She was Ning Shu, Duke Ning, Ning Shu, the one who cursed all 9 generations." What? She was Ning Shu? The infamous Ning Shu? But that miracle is exactly the same as imperial concubines. How could it be fake? The pot of soup that had just cooled down began to boil again. Almost everyone was thinking about the same question. There was only one goddess of mercy, but there were 2 7-colored Buddhist lights. Then, between Consort Nguyen and this Lady Ning, who was the real incarnation of Guanyin? A drum was beating in the hearts of everyone present. Amidst the rapid drumbeats, only Ning Shu maintained a smile on her face. She leisurely walked through the crowd that had automatically parted to reach the bottom of the high platform. She walked in front of everyone and bowed towards the emperor and the others. "This official Ning Shu greets your majesty, greets the empress, and greets the imperial consort." After witnessing the 2 miracles of Buddha's light, even the emperor was shocked. "Energy appraisal master, what is going on?" His expression was one of shock and suspicion. Master Jin Nung was stunned for a moment. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Guanyin has 1,000 faces and 1,000 faces. It's possible that there are 2 incarnations." "Is that so?" The emperor hesitated and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, Consort Nguyen cried out in pain and clutched her stomach. The emperor was awakened by her cry. He hurried over and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my son?" Consort Nguyen leaned on the emperor's shoulder and frowned for a long time. She smiled guiltily. "I've made your majesty worry. It's my incompetence. I've only been standing for a while and I can't stand it anymore. It doesn't matter if I suffer a little, but if I hurt your majesty's dragon child, I won't be able to escape death." The emperor looked at the fine beads of sweat on her forehead with heartache. He took the handkerchief handed over by the palace maid and personally wiped it for her. He said kindly, "You are already pregnant. Today, you have been standing here for a long time for the Golden Buddha ceremony. It is normal for you to be tired. Now that the ceremony is over, quickly return to the palace with me to rest. I won't allow anything to happen to you and my son." Since 10 years ago, when the youngest 13th prince was born, there was no other child in the harem. He repeatedly wondered if he was getting old. The child in Consort Nguyen's stomach was the only one in 10 years. Moreover, the imperial physician diagnosed that it was the dragon child. When he heard the news, his heart almost burst with joy. Therefore, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to this child. The emperor was about to order the carriage to return to the palace when he heard Ning Shu, who had been smiling and silent, suddenly say, "Reporting to your majesty, I still have something to report." The emperor impatiently asked, "What's the matter?" He was originally prepared to kill Ning Shu and completely end this case. However, the 300,000 people saw the light of Buddha descending on her body. He was afraid that killing her would go against the will of the people, so he was prepared to let it go. However, this girl still didn't want to let it go. Was she seeking her own death? Chapter 103. On the high platform, the bright yellow dragon robe fluttered in the wind. It was as precious as flowing gold, representing the supreme majesty and power. It made people afraid to look directly at it. Below the high platform, the beautiful woman slowly bowed with her hands clasped in front of her chest. Her voice was as clear as flowing water, but it made the bustling crowd unconsciously quiet down. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, and they were all frightened by her narration. To be exact, there are 2 murder cases. One of them happened in Tungto village in the eastern suburbs. It spanned several years and involved hundreds of lives. Among the victims, there were singers from the opera troupe, young girls from poor farmers, dancers who were performing to survive, and female beggars on the street who were picked up when they were begging for food. The oldest of them was no more than 17 or 18 years old, and the youngest was only a little more than 10 years old. All of them died silently in some unknown corner. Before they died, they were squeezed dry of their last drop of useful parts. After they died, their flesh was badly mutilated, and they never closed their eyes in peace. The other one was the female corpse Nainu, who was wearing a tasseled phoenix robe and was burnt to a crisp in this phoenix terrace not long ago. The murderers of these two cases happened to be hiding in the capital under the feet of the emperor, in the palace of His Majesty the Emperor. After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by waves of frightened gasps. Even the emperor's eyes widened in an instant. Consort Nguyen, who was beside him, turned pale. Xiao Yunyan almost subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to fish out something to shoot through her mouth on the spot, shoot through her eyebrows and let her blood splatter on the spot. But where was his bow and arrow? No, it wasn't here, because he didn't dare to bring it with him to watch the Buddha welcoming ceremony. Not to mention the bow and arrow, he couldn't even find a dagger now, and he could only watch as she continued to speak. She continued to completely cut off his path to the throne in front of the hundreds of thousands of people and his imperial father. Consort Nguyen sighed softly, "Your Majesty, if there are any serious cases, it's not too late to solve them tomorrow. Why do you have to talk about those bloody things on such a holy and festive day as the completion of the Golden Buddha? If you cause the people to panic, then things will go against your wishes." The emperor thought for a moment and was about to say something when Empress Chao suddenly opened her mouth. "Ningshu, do you know what you are saying? Framing the royal family is a capital crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the family." Ningshu was neither servile nor overbearing. "I know. His Majesty is above me, and the Golden Buddha is in front of me. If I say half a word of falsehood, let me be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Empress Chao said, "Since she dares to gamble with her life, Your Majesty might as well listen to what she has to say. If she says even one word of nonsense, Your Majesty can fulfill her wish and allow her to be sentenced to death, so as to shut the mouths of the people." The emperor pondered for a moment, looking at the surprised and doubtful faces of the people below the high platform. He could only nod his head. At the side, Consort Nguyen's expression was dark and gloomy. Ningshu curtsied and continued, "Before solving these 2 cases, I ask Your Majesty to listen to the first story." Xiao Yunyan gritted his teeth and sneered, "At such a critical moment, you still have the mood to tell a story? You really don't know life from death. Imperial Father, I think this Ning family's daughter is just talking nonsense and sensationalizing things. Imperial Father, please don't listen to her nonsense. Immediately tie her up and imprison her for questioning." Ningshu's eyes were as bright as stars. She gently looked at him and said with a smile, "Your Highness, why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" Everyone thought in their hearts, "That's right. This Lady Ning had already gambled with her life. If she refuted her at this time, what else could it be other than having a guilty conscience?" Xiao Yunyan felt like he had been slapped in the face. He couldn't say a word. If his gaze could turn into a raging fire, Ningshu would have been burned to death on the spot. Chapter 104. It's a story about searching. Ningshu's soft and sweet voice slowly unfurled the scroll of the story. In Jiangnan's brocade weaving house, the singers Yuzeo and Nainu were sisters who depended on each other. Unfortunately, their parents died early, and the 2 sisters had nowhere else to go and ended up in a brothel. The elder sister, Yuzeo, was 3 years older. She was as beautiful and refined as a devil's snare in full bloom. She was also intelligent and considerate. She often took care of the other younger sisters in the brothel. The younger sister, Nainu, was lively and quick-witted. She had a celestial voice, and anyone who heard her would be amazed. At the age of 13, she caught the eye of a local rich gentleman in his 70s or 80s. He wanted to buy her as a concubine. That rich gentleman was known for being cruel and ruthless. The number of girls he had tortured to death couldn't be counted on one hand. The elder sister, Yuzeo, couldn't bear to see her younger sister fall into a pit of fire at such a young age. She knelt in the snow for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the brothel. She begged and kowtowed to no avail. In the end, she decided to send herself to that rich gentleman's house. The listeners couldn't help but sigh. This elder sister is really protective of her younger sister. That rich gentleman is already in his 70s or 80s, yet he still defiles a young girl. He really deserves to go to hell. Ningshu nodded and said briskly, "Yes, so that night, he suddenly fell ill and went to hell." The crowd immediately burst into cheers. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. This kind of bastard deserves to die. Ningshu smiled and continued, "The elder sister returned to the brocade weaving house and helped her younger sister in difficult times. Although it was unbearably bitter, they found joy in it. That was until they met someone." Who? The eldest son of the Yun family's twin beauties, Yun Ruahue. The listeners were all shocked. For years ago, the 5th princess took a fancy to Yun Ruahue at a polo tournament and insisted on making him her husband. She scared him so much that he hurriedly fled to study abroad. Everyone knew about this, and the 5th princess became the laughingstock of the city. Who would have thought that the eldest son of the Yun family would give up on the princess and hook up with a brothel prostitute? It was really, countless gazes of sympathy and mockery surged over like waves. Xiao Zhongyue's nails dug deep into his palms, and his face was extremely ugly. Ningshu, sister, Yuzeo and Yun Ruahue met in the rain. They fell in love at first sight, and when they saw each other again, they pledged their lives to each other and spent the best time of their lives together. Who would have thought that the good things in the world would not be firm, and the colorful clouds would scatter and the colored glass would be brittle? Just as Yuzeo mustered up the courage to tell Yun Ruahue the biggest secret of her life, he unexpectedly escaped. Many emotional women immediately said with righteous indignation, "Ah, that Yuzeo girl is too pitiful." That Yun family's eldest young master looked like a man of great stature, and I really thought that he was a fine young master who wouldn't bend his back for power. To think that I once had a crush on him. I didn't expect him to be such a liar. How despicable. Hey. In the midst of the crowd's disdain and insults, Xiao Changyue's vertigo flared up, and she almost fainted. Consort Nguyen, who was beside her, quickly supported her. Consort Nguyen worriedly said, "Changyue, did your old illness flare up again? Someone, quickly bring the heart-congealing pill." Xiao Changyue's personal palace maid immediately brought the pill and helped her take it. After taking the pill, Xiao Changyue let out a long sigh of relief. She turned her head and continued to look down at Ningshu, who was below the stage, her eyes filled with self-deprecating sorrow. Ningshu looked up and continued to speak. Yuzeo was infatuated and resentful. She escaped from the brothel and came to the capital to find Yun Ruahue for an explanation. She didn't expect that there would be no news of her whereabouts after that. Her younger sister, Nainu, was worried and wanted to follow her older sister. She didn't expect that she would be caught by the procuress and suffered an inhumane beating. She was badly mutilated and thrown into a mass grave by the procuress to wait for death. She didn't expect that with the blessing of the heavens, she didn't die. She still had her last breath and was saved by a little sister who risked her life to collect her corpse. Later, she was taken in by the leader of an opera troupe and came to the capital to find her older sister. Speaking of which, her luck was really good. At that time, it happened to be the birthday of the imperial concubine dowager in the palace. The troupe she was in was chosen by His Highness Prince Ku and accepted into the prince's mansion to perform for the imperial concubine dowager. She tried her best to sing until her voice broke. Finally, His Highness Prince Ku took pity on her and wrote a note to her, telling her to go to the yamen to find her sister. Did she find her older sister later? The listener asked. No. Ningshu slowly shook her head and expressed her deep sympathy for the woman. At the time, she was holding the hard-won slip and was at a loss as to which yamen she should go to ask. Suddenly, she remembered that she had encountered bandits on Mount Yin, she on the way north to the capital. She had only managed to escape by a hair's breadth. She carried the slip with her apprehension and walked into the Ministry of Justice to ask. Then she learned that her sister was already dead. Before she entered the capital, she was killed by bandits on Mount Yanxi along with many other passers-by. Her body was beyond recognition. This was also the reason why no clues could be found in the Ministry of Revenue and Jingji Prefecture. Yu Zhao's name didn't even have time to step into the capital before it was annihilated at the foot of Mount Yanxi, like a pitiful mosquito. Chapter 105. Many of the people present still clearly remembered the horrifying robbery and murder case on Mount Yanxi 3 years ago, because that group of bandits was truly deranged. Not only did they rob money, they also tortured and killed all the passers-by they robbed and hung their bodies on the branches, forming a tragic forest of corpses. There were at least a few hundred corpses. Dripping blood fell like rain from the top of the branches, dripping down, and the smell of blood filled the air. What was hell on earth? This was it. After this matter was exposed, it caused the emperor to be furious, and he specially sent troops to suppress the bandits. After a full 3 years, finally, a few days ago, the last bandit was beheaded by the Yang Qingwei led by His Highness the Sixth Prince. It was truly satisfying. The people present recalled that group of bandits and trembled. They continued to ask, then what happened to Nainu? Did she leave the capital? If that silly girl really left, how good would that be? Ningxu hoped so. Unfortunately, no, she didn't, she softly said. After the birthday celebration of Imperial Concubine Dowager, the opera troupe completed their mission, and His Highness Prince could let them go. Later, the troupe was chosen by another noble and brought back into the manor. Isn't that a good thing? Everyone said. Is it a good thing? Perhaps. Ningxu let out a cold laugh and clapped her hands. Even a little girl wrapped in a wounded cloth slowly walked into the crowd with the help of the people beside her. She walked in front of Ningxu, and also walked into the eyes of the emperor and the people. Ningxu encouraged her softly, and then said to the crowd in a clear voice, "Her name is Jean and she is one of the girls who was brought into the house by the noble. Jean roll up your sleeves." Jean had been trembling in fear until she felt Ningxu's warm hand holding her. She opened her pale lips and took a deep breath. Slowly, she unwrapped the white cloth wrapped around her arm bit by bit. Then, 5 or 6 glaring wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen were placed in front of everyone's eyes. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen, and crimson red flesh and blood could be seen. If it was just a wound, it would be fine. What was even more terrifying were the strange flowers and plants that grew out of the blood. Every single one of their roots was deeply embedded in the fresh flesh and blood. They relied on the nutrients of human flesh to become dazzling and eye-catching. What the hell was that? Horrified gasps could be heard. The citizens who were closest and could see it the clearest turned their heads away at the same time. They did not dare to look at this terrifying scene. Some of them could not bear to see it, and tears even fell from their eyes. Ningxu continued, "There are more than 10 similar wounds on her body, each of which is several times deeper and more tragic than this one. But she was already the luckiest among all the victims. This was because of the 106 girls. Apart from her, the others couldn't even speak. They had all died in the fire that burned down the manor in Tang-Tu village 3 days ago. The youngest one is only 9 years old. 106. The youngest was only 9 years old. These 2 numbers were like a sharp sword that ruthlessly stabbed into the hearts of all the citizens present. Which family didn't have daughters and nieces? Which family didn't have childish children? And these girls and children, who were treasured by the people, were actually treated like livestock and brutally killed. This was simply disgusting. The citizens' anger was immediately stirred up. The angry voices of the 300,000 citizens were like thunder that immediately raised the entire Phoenix Terrace. Who did it? Who did it? Who is the murderer? Quickly tell us the murderer's name. Quickly. Amidst the countless angry roars, Ningxu curled her lips and smiled sweetly in Xiao Yunyan's direction. The most brilliant afternoon sun shone on her body, illuminating her entire body. She was as dazzling as a peerless jade that had been dug out from the mountain, making people not dare to look directly at her. She tilted her head and lightly shrugged. Sorry, Third Highness, I have disappointed you. This little girl is really sorry that I wasn't burned to death by the fire you started. I didn't expect that the secret tunnel you dug in the courtyard would become my escape treasure in the end. This little girl is really grateful to the point of shedding tears. Tell me, isn't this the Buddhist saying, heavens will reincarnate? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they realized what she meant, and the 300,000 citizens immediately went into an uproar. What? This deranged murderer was actually the magnanimous and prudent third prince that the courtiers said was most worried about the country and the people. Was this real or fake? But the witnesses were here. How could they let her quibble? Chapter 106. What was the most dazzling thing in the world? Was it the sun? No, it was tens of thousands of direct, doubtful, and resentful gazes. Those gazes were sharper than the sharpest sword, and more terrifying than the most powerful sky-shaking thunder. Exposed to that kind of gaze, Xiao Yunyan's entire body trembled. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like a broken string, causing him to fiercely take 3 steps back and hit the wall behind him. It was over. It was over. His lifetime of glory and splendor, as well as his bright future, were all going to be ruined today. Someone come quickly, immediately kill this slut Ning Shu. On the high platform, His Majesty was livid. The chief eunuch beside His Majesty immediately trotted to Ning Shu and warned her in a low voice. Ning Shu, do you know what you were talking about? This was in front of 300,000 people. Do you want His Majesty to lose face? Ning Shu, let me give you a piece of advice. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful of your head. Ning Shu turned around and showed him a fearless smile. Of course, she knew. Not only did she know, but she also knew everything. What did the royal family value the most? Reason? Justice? What a joke. Only His Majesty, the most supreme face of the royal family. As for the lives of hundreds of girls, it was nothing compared to that. In order to protect the royal family's dignity, His Majesty would definitely turn the matter into a small one and cover it up. Xiao Yunyan might not even be punished. Therefore, she had chosen this moment to spread the news in front of 300,000 people. She wanted to spread the news by word of mouth in the shortest amount of time. Then, she wanted to spread the news throughout the entire capital and the entire Great Yu, so that there was no possibility of covering it up. Xiao Yunyan immediately knelt on the ground and crawled to His Majesty. He swore and begged, Father, this was not done by a kin. It was Ning Shu. She couldn't solve the case in the stipulated time, so she framed me. Father, please believe a kin. Your son has always been loyal to you in the imperial court. I have never been disloyal. The emperor lowered his head to look at his eldest son who was kneeling at his feet and crying bitterly. He could not help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. Out of all his sons, this was the only one who respected him the most and was almost obedient to him. He still remembered that when this child was 7 years old, he had waited in the snow outside Taiji Palace for 6 whole hours, almost freezing himself into a little snowman, just to wait for him to leave court. At that time, the child was so cold that he was shivering, but he still happily handed over the things in his arms to his father. Father Emperor, this is your son's favorite, phoenix tail bamboo fungus soup. Your son thought that you must be tired from going to court and must be hungry and cold, so I specially filled a cup for you. Father, don't worry. Akin has been carefully protecting it in his arms. It's still warm now. Father, please taste it quickly. Seeing the reluctance in the emperor's eyes, Xiao Yunyan's heart immediately exploded with unbridled joy. So what if Imperial Father suspects him? He was the eldest son of the emperor. He was the eldest son of the imperial family. If he was convicted in front of the people today, the prestige of the imperial family would be greatly reduced. Imperial Father would never allow this to happen. What was more, the farm had been completely burned by him. Except for Jean Eyre, the so-called witness, Ning Shu had no other evidence. She wanted to trip him up? In her dreams, Xiao Yunyan had worked hard for 20 years and only climbed half of the stairway to heaven. He would never allow a woman to easily destroy his efforts. Since the fire that night did not burn her to death, he would watch with his own eyes how her whole family would be executed and die miserably. He hid the twisted sneer in his eyes, raised his head and said with righteous indignation, "Father, there's one thing that Akin did not dare to report to you before. But today, I have to tell you. Not long ago, I was ordered by you to patrol the border. There, I caught a spy and found a letter from the spy. In the letter, there was a detailed map of the border of Great U. Akin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. But the more terrible thing happened later. Akin found that the spy was from Duke Ning, and the handwriting on the letter was exactly the same as Duke Ning's. These days, Akin has been working hard to investigate this thoroughly. I didn't expect that before I finished the investigation, I would encounter such a thing today." Xiao Yunyan's face showed a very bitter expression. He kowtowed hard. It doesn't matter that Akin was wronged to death. But today, they dared to frame me in front of 300,000 people. Tomorrow, they will definitely collude with the enemy to harm our country. Akin begs Imperial Father to behead Duke Ning and Ning Shu in public. Otherwise, the 100 years of Great Yu's foundation will be destroyed. Chapter 107. If the expression on the emperor's face was one of displeasure, then at this moment, it was one of fury. Since ancient times, what did the emperor hate the most? It was betrayal and disloyalty. Who was he? He was the high and mighty son of heaven, the one and only emperor of the Great Yu dynasty. But there was someone who dared to collude with the enemy right under his nose, plotting a rebellion. This was simply unforgivable. The raging flames of anger surged to the top of his head, and the emperor laughed angrily. Good, good, good. My most trusted official actually dared to do such a thing. It's simply wonderful. And Xiao Yunyan, who was kneeling at the emperor's feet and weeping bitterly, had a venomous look in his eyes. As early as that night 3 days ago, after he set the fire, he ordered someone to forge a letter that Ning Duan secretly communicated with the enemy, intending to completely wipe out Duke Ning's mansion in one fell swoop to vent the anger in his heart. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy today. In addition, the so-called spies, he had as many death warriors as the hairs on an ox. He could casually find someone to impersonate, and that person would be able to trample Ning Shu, who could not be burned to death, and her several hundred family members into hell. Ning Shu, oh Ning Shu, don't blame me for being ruthless. As long as you blame yourself for courting death, daring to oppose me, then I can only let you die without a burial place. The emperor angrily said, "Come, investigate. Immediately bring that spy and the evidence in front of me for a thorough investigation. If the third prince's words are true, I want Duke Ning and his entire family to be executed." Just when the emperor was furious, he suddenly heard someone leisurely clapping in the deathly silence. Everyone could not help but feel nervous for this person, secretly sighing. What kind of person is so reckless? Can't they see that the emperor is furious? Clapping at this time is simply courting death. Everyone's eyes quickly followed the clapping, wanting to see who this extremely daring person was, and found that the person who was clapping was not someone else, but Ning Shu herself, who was on the verge of death. This Lady Ning, could it be that in a moment of excessive cowardice, she had gone crazy? In the center of the crowd, Ning Shu's lips curved into a smile. She shook her head and sighed. Amazing, amazing. Your Third Highness's methods truly live up to their reputation. This little girl truly admires you. Not only are your methods impressive, but your courage is also outstanding. Time and time again, you have toyed with His Majesty in the palm of your hand. This kind of courage, even if my daughter 3 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives, she would not be able to compare to your highness. Even at the brink of death, he was still so stubborn. Xiao Yunyan narrowed his eyes and looked at her coldly. He immediately reprimanded. What nonsense are you spouting? Father Emperor, Akin thinks that we should cut off her tongue immediately so that she can no longer deceive the people of Great Yu. TSK, was I the one who confused everyone, or was it you, the third prince? Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and smiled. She bowed respectfully to the emperor and said in a clear voice, "Has your majesty ever heard of a flower called the 100-charm fragrance?" The emperor revealed a suspicious expression. How could he not have heard of this thing? The main culprit behind the destruction of Shi Tuoluo's hundreds of years of foundation was this terrifying flower. The example of Shi Tuoluo had also been taken as a warning by the successive rulers of other countries, so he naturally knew of this flower. But why did she suddenly mention this flower? Could it be? The emperor's heart thumped. Ning Shu continued, "This little girl has heard that your highness has always been filial to your majesty. Every once in a while, your majesty would recommend some peerless beauties to your majesty to relieve your majesty's boredom. But whether this is truly out of filial piety or a hidden evil intention, perhaps your majesty will have to carefully examine it to know." Chapter 108. Ning Shu's words were like the first clap of thunder in the spring of March. It was earth-shattering and shocked everyone present. What did she mean by that? Could it be that the third prince had gone mad? He actually poisoned the beauties presented to the emperor with such a terrifying poison. This was simply unbelievable. But they had no choice but to believe it because Xiao Yunyan's face had already explained everything. In an instant, Xiao Yunyan's face was completely drained of blood, and he looked like a dead man. The gloominess and arrogance from before had completely disappeared. All that was left was endless fear. He desperately screamed in his heart. How did she know? How did she know? This was the biggest secret of his life. It must be Xiao Qing. It must be the two of them who conspired to set up today's show. The mask of a filial son and loyal subject was completely torn off. His mind was spinning like it was about to explode as he desperately thought of what kind of lie he could use to make his imperial father not believe Ning Shu's nonsense. Imperial father. But it was too late. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it was very hard to pull it out, especially when it was related to his own safety. Before he could say anything, the emperor raised his hand to interrupt him and coldly said, "If you have anything to say, wait until the imperial doctors have examined it. No matter which one of you dares to deceive me, I will not forgive you." The emperor was furious, and the imperial bodyguards were extremely anxious. Very quickly, the imperial physicians came with the results of the examination and reporting to your majesty, the bodies of Beauty Wang and Beauty Sun presented by the third prince have indeed found 100 charm incense. In an instant, Xiao Yunyan collapsed on the ground as if he was half dead. It was over. This time, he was completely finished. Even the gods couldn't save him. The once arrogant eldest prince was now kneeling in front of the emperor. He slammed his forehead on the ground and desperately begged. Akin was confused for a moment. Akin was blinded by lard. But father, please believe me. Akin really didn't want to kill you. Father, please forgive Akin this time. I beg you. I beg you. Only the word miserable could describe his tear-streaked appearance, but Ning Shu didn't find him pitiful at all, because in that manor that had been burned down by the fire, there were many girls who had been innocently defiled and could not rest in peace. The sound of the bloody kowtow mixed with the imperial physician's report was like a continuous slap, causing the emperor's entire body to shake. He looked in disbelief at his once most trusted son, and then at the imperial physician who would never lie to him. His face suddenly exploded into a great smile. However, that smile was incomparably cold, like the sharpest blade in the world. "Haha, you really are my good son." After the emperor finished laughing, he lifted his foot and forcefully kicked Xiao Yunyan's chest, ruthlessly kicking him down from the high platform. Get lost. How long was it to fall from the throne of an immortal emperor to the hell of Avicii? It was just this 30 feet tall platform. Xiao Yunyan spat out a mouthful of blood as he tumbled down from the high platform of over 100 steps. A tower that had been built with meticulous calculations and painstaking efforts collapsed in an instant. The commoners that had been gathered around the high platform immediately dispersed and distanced themselves from him. Xiao Yunyan struggled to get up and looked around in panic. All he saw was endless disdain, hatred, and disdain on the commoners' faces. It was like they were looking at a wild dog that everyone wanted to beat. In the crowd, A half-eaten candied haw in the hand of a child smashed it on his face. Behind him, the emperor on the high platform coldly and mercilessly announced, "A prince who commits a crime will be punished the same as a commoner. The third prince, Xiao Yunyan, has gone mad and harmed the commoners. He has committed such a heinous crime. Starting today, he will be stripped of his status as a prince and demoted to a commoner. He will be locked in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. After autumn, he will be executed immediately." The bell of death buzzed in his head. The flesh on Xiao Yunyan's face trembled. He was almost like a mad lion. He suddenly pulled out a sword from Yang Qingwei beside him and stabbed at Ning Shu. He was going to die. He was going to die. Then, she would not live either. Even if he, Xiao Yunyan, died, he would drag this bitch down with him. Seeing Xiao Yunyan's intentions, Xiao Yunyan's pupils constricted. He immediately rushed over to stop Xiao Yunyan, but someone was faster. A round Eastern pearl shot out from the crowd like lightning and hit Xiao Yunyan's wrist. It numbed his wrist, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Then, another Eastern pearl hit his knee, causing him to fall to the ground in an instant. Xiahou Qing, who had appeared in the crowd, said lazily, "Juicy, my hand accidentally slipped and the pearl in my hand flew out. Did I hurt anyone?" Juicy supported him and said in a similar tone, "Master, you seem to have accidentally hurt the third prince, but you can't see. The third prince is magnanimous and will not bear a grudge." Xiahou Qing nodded indifferently and continued to play with the finger bone in his hand. He smiled lightly and said, "Then, thank you for your generosity." Chapter 109. It's Prince Xiahou. It's really him. The appearance of Xiahou Qing was like a faintly discernible red-crowned crane that accidentally descended from the ninth heaven to the human world. Everyone did not even have the time to see when the third prince was taken away by the Dragon City guards. They just tiptoed and craned their necks, wanting to see the face of the crown prince of Xiahou Qing, who was rumored to make the human world pale in comparison. At first glance, he really lived up to his reputation. The girls' cheeks were dyed red, and one of them even fainted due to excitement. Countless girls rushed towards him, but due to the cold temperament around him, they did not dare to get close. This scratched the budding hearts of countless girls. As if disturbed by the hustle and bustle around him, he slightly frowned and then opened his mouth to bring the topic back to the case. "Lady Ning, you seem to have not finished your story just now. Did Miss Nainu escape?" Ning Shu's voice was very calm. "No, she is dead. In the third prince's manor in the eastern suburbs, I saw her body with my own eyes." As soon as she finished speaking, someone beside her shouted, "Hey, this is impossible. If Nainu is dead, then who is the body that was found on Phoenix Terrace not long ago? How can there be two Nainu? Yes, how can there be two Nainu? Yes, how can there be two Nainu?" Ning Shu sighed softly. She raised her head against the dazzling sunlight and looked at the person hiding behind all the fog on the high platform. And that person looked down at the mayfly like beings from high above. His face was calm, like a pool of unfathomable stagnant water. No one could see any trace of expression on his face. After being stunned for a moment, a frightened expression appeared on noble consort Ruan's face. She immediately said, "How can there be such a thing as coming back from the dead and dying again in this world? It must be the work of ghosts." Ning Shu sneered and shook her head. This case seems strange and unpredictable. What Empress Zhou on Phoenix Terrace? What ghosts? In the end, it has nothing to do with this case. It's just a smokescreen used by the murderer to hide the truth. And the murderer is openly hiding behind all of us, watching us in fear and anxiety, watching us run for our lives, watching us being played in the palm of his hand. Her words were powerful and powerful, causing many people to unconsciously tremble, as if there were needles pricking their backs. They only felt a chill down their spine. The emperor frowned in confusion, but 10 days ago, I saw the ghost floating above Phoenix Terrace with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Someone else chimed in. That's right. There are also the blood letters that appeared out of thin air in the residence of Yun. There are countless witnesses, so how could it be man-made? Ning Shu said slowly, "Everyone, please calm down. This is the second story I'm going to tell you. But before that, please watch me perform a magic trick. Forsythia, take out the thing that I have prepared. Forsythia immediately presented the thing that she had prepared in front of Ning Shu. Everyone stood on their tiptoes curiously, thinking that this Lady Ning had prepared something incredible. They did not expect that it was just a cup of ordinary water without any color. What kind of magic could a cup of water do? What was this Lady Ning trying to do? Then, they saw Ning Shu take the cup of water and leisurely run one round on the sparse charred ground below the stage. With a splash, she poured the seemingly ordinary cup of water in her hand down. Not long after, the people who were closest to her cried out in surprise. Blood letter! Oh my God! The blood letter really appeared. What exactly is going on? Following the cries of the crowd, more and more people crowded over to take a look. They saw that on the empty ground, there really was blood stains appearing out of thin air. More and more blood stains gathered and slowly formed a horrifying pool of blood. It was as if there was too much blood in the sea of hell, and it had surged into the human world. Everyone covered their mouths in horror and turned around to run. However, they heard Ning Shu say with a leisurely smile, "Everyone, don't be afraid. I just said that this is just a magic trick." Ning Shu took the handkerchief that Forsythia handed over and carefully wiped the water stains on her fingers. Then, she slowly raised her head. "Everyone, please take a closer look. What is the color of this floor tile?" Everyone blurted out, "It's dark green, and it's the kind that was burnt." Did they still have to ask this question? Ning Shu nodded slightly and tapped her toes on the floor tile. "Yes, this floor tile is dark green. The color is extremely dark, so many things will be covered up. For example, there's something called lichen. When it's ground into powder, it's a light blue color. If it's sprinkled on the floor tile, it's hard to notice if you squat down and look carefully. The strange thing about lichen is that once it comes in contact with acid water, which is the cup that I just poured, it will gradually turn red. If you don't believe me, you can go home and try it." Previously, when she saw the word absolute in front of her for the first time, she was shocked and confused, so much so that she was completely confused. When she calmed down and thought about it calmly, she suddenly remembered that she faintly smelled a hint of sourness beside the blood letter. Therefore, a guess arose in her heart. She tested it in private, and it was indeed the case. Today, I didn't do this magic trick to fool everyone. This second case was a huge illusion from beginning to end, and in this illusion, there were 3 people who did the magic trick at the same time. Chapter 110. When I found out that the real Nainu was already dead, I was also full of questions. Who was the burnt body in Phoenix Terrace? How could there be 2 Nainu? I only found out when I sent a maid to Qingzhou to investigate. Lan Xiang. She was called Lan Xiang. She had struggled to grow up in a brothel with Yuzeo and Nainu. She was also Nainu's best friend. She was Lan Xiang who had dug Nainu out of a mass grave. She was born of the same mother as her sister Yuzeo. Nainu was also very intelligent. Not long after she had fallen into the third prince's palace, she had discovered the palace's secret. She had tried to lead her sisters out of the devil's den, but she had not expected to be discovered by the third prince. The group had been surrounded and killed. It had been a hair-raising massacre. None of the dozens of girls had been left alive. One by one, their legs had been cut off, their tongues had been cut off, and their bodies had been drained of blood. Not only had they died, but they had also been thrown into a clay pot to be used to plant the 100 charm incense. As the mastermind behind this escape, she had been treated tens of thousands of times worse than death. Not only had she been tortured, she had been humiliated and tortured by hundreds of guards every day and night. Even the third prince's dog had been on her body. After hearing the news of her sister's death, her best friend, Lan Xiang, was her only thought in this world. Thus, on her deathbed, she desperately begged a guard she had helped before to send her identity card and an ancestral golden bracelet to Lan Xiang as a memento of their friendship in this world. But who would have known that after Lan Xiang received the identity card and the golden bracelet, she had guessed that something big had happened to her. After Lan Xiang arrived in the capital, she had wandered around for many days. She had begged everywhere. However, she was only a singer of lowly birth. In the capital where nobles were everywhere, she could only meet countless cold nails and disdainful looks. Just as she was in despair, on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, at the bathing Buddha festival, she had coincidentally met a person. She had never expected to meet someone here who could easily provide her with help. This great surprise shocked and delighted her at the same time. However, after the intense ecstasy, she suddenly realized that the identity of that person was extremely precious and was not someone she could easily contact. As a result, she racked her brains and finally came up with a good idea. That was to take Nainu's identity card and enter the pleasure boat on the moon-embracing lake under Nainu's name. She would make an agreement with the pleasure boat's procuress and become the most famous singer on the moon-embracing lake in the capital. This way, when she heard the name Nainu, that person would definitely appear to recognize her and help her search for the missing Nainu. And Lan Xiang, who had practiced with Nainu for many years, had a voice that was not inferior to hers, and had become the magic weapon and support that helped her succeed. Therefore, she used the first magic trick in this case. She turned herself into Nainu. But what she did not expect was that what she thought was a good idea, in the end, became the poison that killed her. On the high platform, Empress Chao listened attentively and said, "How do you know who she met at the bathing Buddha festival and not at any other time? Now that everyone is dead, the dead tell no tales. Is it all based on your clever mouth?" Ning Shu methodically said, "My conjecture naturally has its reasons. First, I found this contract that she signed with the pleasure boat's procuress in the Ministry of Revenue's musical house. She signed it, Nainu, on the 10th day of the 12th lunar month in the 24th year of Heaven's selection. Although the signature was Nainu's name, the handwriting was exactly the same as Lan Xiang's handwriting that my maid brought back from Qingzhou. And 2 days before the 10th day of the 12th lunar month in the 24th year of Heaven's selection, it was the bathing Buddha festival, the day all the nobles in the capital would appear. Secondly, I asked her friend, Chun Yang, who was on the pleasure boat. Chun Yang said that she went on the pleasure boat to find someone, but she was unwilling to say who she was looking for. I think it's not that she was unwilling to say, but that she couldn't say. She disguised herself as Nainu. If she told others that the person she was looking for was Nainu, then her plan would be completely ruined. Other than that, there was another reason. She wanted to help that person hide a secret that could implicate many people and even cause their heads to be separated from their bodies. Chapter 111. Empress Chao thought for a moment and said, "You mean, someone mistook Lan Xiang for the dead Nainu? So they set up such a big trap and killed her to silence her?" Ning Shu nodded and said firmly, "Yes, that's exactly it." Empress Chao asked, "Then, who was the terrifying murderer?" Ning Shu raised her head and quietly looked at the calm, almost frightening person on the high platform. She said word by word, "That person is, it's me." A voice suddenly cut in, interrupting Ning Shu's next words. Everyone turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw the origin of these two stories, Yun Ruahui, silently appear at the end of the crowd. He was still wearing that hazy, unfathomable ink-colored robe. However, in the past, he was as gentle as jade in people's mouths. Now, he was as heartless as he was disgusting. Exposed under thousands of torch-like eyes, Yun Ruahui took a deep breath, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth. "Since Lady Ning has already exposed the plot of the female ghost's bloody letter, then I have nothing to hide. All of this was planned by me. I killed Lan Xiang and burned her body. The instigator of the Phoenix Terrace case was me, Yun Ruahui." "You?" Empress Chao frowned slightly and asked, "Why did you kill Lan Xiang?" Yun Ruahui laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It's very simple. Just as Lady Ning said, I thought she was Nainu, the Nainu who knew that Yu Zhao and I had a private vow to be together. Even though I, Yun Ruahui, am not a relative of the royal family, I am a talent that even the current prime minister has praised. I have an indescribably bright future ahead of me. On the other hand, Yu Zhao is a lowly brothel girl, as lowly as a speck of dust. If anyone were to know that I had such an unbearable past with her, then my future as an official would be completely ruined. Therefore, I would never allow her to stay in the capital any longer. I would never allow her to get acquainted with more famous people in the capital and become a weakness that could be used against me in the future. Thus, I warned her in private, but I didn't think that she would not know what was good for her and stubbornly persisted. I was afraid that she would expose what happened in the past, and then my reputation would be completely ruined. Therefore, I planned everything and secretly lured her out. I lured her into Phoenix Terrace and killed her in one blow. Then I disfigured her and burned her corpse. That way, no one would be able to recognize who she was. Then, I quickly rushed back to Moon Luring Lake and pretended to be looking for someone, making up an alibi. That way, no one would suspect me. Only, I never thought that Cloudleaf would appear at Moon Luring Lake that night. I also never thought that he would have a conflict with the Wang family's young master and be thrown into Phoenix Terrace to see the entire process of me committing the crime. Although he was drunk at the time, who could guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly remember it one day? The great fear made it difficult for me to eat or sleep. Thus, in my desperation, I made the decision to poison him, because at the time, he was busy with his marriage with Lady Ning Shu, and the name of your curse had already spread throughout the capital. It became the best cover for me to act. As expected, not long after, his body became worse and worse. Coincidentally, on the day of your wedding, he spat out a large mouthful of blood in front of everyone, becoming the proof that he was cursed by you. Ning Shu's cold gaze fell onto his body as she questioned, "Then why did you create this scene of a female ghost writing a blood letter in the Yun family?" Chapter 112. Yun Ruahue said, "In order to make this case more complicated and confusing, I created the impression that there really was a female ghost and wanted to scare you away. However, I didn't expect that my cleverness would backfire on me. Not only did I not scare you away, but I also made you follow the vine to get to the melon. It seemed like you were about to investigate the past, which made me very nervous. Thus, I immediately thought of another method, which was to use the legend of Empress Zhou on Phoenix Terrace to create the illusion that there was a female ghost who committed the crime. This would make you hesitate and completely confuse your train of thought. At this point, I have nothing to say. Your Majesty, please sentence me to death. However, all of this was done by me alone. Your Majesty, please don't implicate the people around me." "Then why did you take care of Cloudleaf all day long?" Ning Shu's gaze was like a mirror that could see through one's heart. It was reflected in Yun Ruahue's heart, causing him to involuntarily turn his head away. "It was just an act. The more I took care of him, the less people would suspect me. Isn't that right? You're lying. If it was you who did it, you had a lot of opportunities to kill Cloudleaf directly. Then you would have no worries. Why did you use such a method like poisoning him? Perhaps it would leave behind endless troubles in the future." Ning Shu mercilessly exposed his lie. "Because, first of all, after all, he was my second brother who grew up with me. I really couldn't bear to kill him. I only wanted him to shut up, but there was no need to take his life. Secondly, if I killed him directly, it would definitely arouse more suspicion. That would be a mixture of truth and falsehood, making it more difficult for people to grasp. It would also be more convenient for me to hide. I've seen people who tried their best to escape punishment, but I've never seen someone who tried their best to take the blame for himself. Great young Master Yun, why do you have to do this?" Ning Shu couldn't help but sigh. "If it was you who did it, then please tell me, how did you arrange the ghost shadow that appeared in front of thousands of people on Phoenix Terrace 10 days ago?" Yun Ruahue was at a loss for words. Ning Shu looked at him with pity and anger. She said, "You can't say it because you didn't do it at all. From the beginning to the end, you were just a bystander who knew the truth but couldn't do anything about it. The blood letters that appeared in the Yun family were indeed your doing, but it wasn't to frame the female ghost so that you could escape. Instead, it was to attract people's attention and focus everyone's attention on the Cloudleaf poisoning. It would attract people to investigate and save the Cloudleaf. At the same time, he warned the murderer to stop. But at this point, do you still expect her to have a shred of conscience? Don't hide it for her anymore. Do you know that she is hiding in the harem, ready to harm the next person at any time? However, even if you don't want to say it,
Your performance just now has already told many people that the murderer you want to hide is Yuzeo, who is now the imperial concubine Wan Qinghuan. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. On the high platform, the emperor's body shook. He subconsciously reached out to hold Consort Nguyen's hand, but just as he was about to hold it, he suddenly froze. He raised his hand and angrily pointed at Ning Shu. How dare you? Ning Shu, do you know what you're saying? If Ning Shu had just exposed Xiao Yunyan's crime, the people would have applauded and applauded. But now, her words were tantamount to provoking public anger. How is that possible? How could the imperial concubine be the murderer? She is the incarnation of Guanyin. Yes. What nonsense are you talking about? We don't believe it. We don't believe it. It must be you, this witch, talking nonsense and framing the imperial concubine. Chapter 113. Since the miracle of the Bathing Buddha festival 4 months ago, Consort Nguyen was not just an ordinary concubine in the emperor's harem, but a godlike existence in the eyes of the people in the capital. At this moment, Ning Shu had dragged their god down to the mortal world in front of so many people, and even branded her as a murderer. This was equivalent to trampling on their beliefs and beliefs, ruthlessly trampling on them. In an instant, countless ferocious faces and spittle flooded towards her, wanting to drown her. Even though Ning Shu had already mentally prepared herself, she still could not handle the sudden doubts of hundreds of thousands of people. She subconsciously looked towards a special spot in the crowd. The person who had always been calm and composed, and who did not care about anyone or anything, seemed to feel her lingering fear and hesitation. She raised her head, her light-colored lips slowly opened, and slowly spat out 2 words to her, "Don't be afraid." These 2 simple words seemed to be saying, even if millions of people are your enemy, I will stand by your side. Her rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. Ning Shu took a deep breath, raised her head, and fearlessly faced Consort Nguyen, who was smiling warmly like a bodhisattva on the stage. She continued her unfinished words. As I said, in the second case, there were 3 people who changed their magic at the same time. The first was Lan Xiang, who turned herself into Nainu. The second was eldest young Master Yun, who conjured a female ghost's bloodletter to attract me to investigate the case. The third was the merciful savior, the incarnation of Guanyin, Consort Nguyen. She is the greatest illusionist among all of them. Ning Shu called out, and Forsythia hurriedly carried a large ice bucket, huffing and puffing as she ran in from the crowd. She then carried out a 2-foot-long icicle from the bucket. The icicle shape was very strange. It was shaped like a triangle, and it shone with a clear and bright light under the sun. Ning Shu smiled. Just now, someone said that I, Ning Shu, have a bad reputation. How could I be the incarnation of Guanyin? Actually, he was right. I really wasn't. As for the Buddha's light just now, it was merely a trick of mine. Please take a closer look. As the cursing gradually subsided, everyone looked over curiously. They saw Ning Shu place the icicle under the sunlight. After a visual inspection, she adjusted the angle of the icicle. Soon, everyone was surprised to find that a magical 7-colored light shot out from the icicle and landed on the opposite corner of the wall. It was exceptionally clear. The commoners exclaimed, "It's really the 7-colored Buddha's light. Heavens, what the hell is going on?" Ning Shu said slowly, "I once asked the most famous magic trick vendor in the East City about the secrets of magic tricks. He told me that the so-called magic tricks and illusions were nothing more than the use of camouflage and clever props to trick people's eyes. I also remembered that I once heard my father say that in the north, where there is a lot of ice and snow, people often find miracles. Because I looked up a lot of information, I finally made this special prop. After the sunlight enters the icicle, it refracts for the first time on the left side of the icicle and then comes out from the inside of the icicle. The second refraction occurs on the right side of the icicle. After the sunlight is scattered, it is divided into different colors of light. It is especially obvious when it lands in the shadows." After she finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Consort Nguyen, who was quiet and kind like a bodhisattva, and smiled playfully. "Imperial consort, do you think this magic trick is magical?" Consort Nguyen, who was standing in the shadows under the high platform, had an indifferent expression on her face. Since Lady Ning's miracles were man-made, then imperial consorts. Chapter 114. Noble consort Ruan's flawless expression finally cracked a crack at this moment. Facing the emperor's questioning gaze, she trembled and touched her bulging belly. She slowly bent her knees and knelt in front of the emperor. When she raised her head again, 2 lines of tears fell down. That's right, the miracle was indeed done by me. Her beautiful face was like a white peony that had been hit by rain. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart ache. But I also admired His Majesty, so I had no choice but to do it. 3 years ago, I, your concubine, received the decree to be selected and stepped into this Huang palace. The moment I saw His Majesty, I could not control my heart and was unable to control myself. At that moment, I knew that the high and mighty, incomparably dignified man was the only person I could rely on in my life, and also the only God in my heart. However, there are really too many women in the palace. Every one of them is gorgeous and dazzling. Every one of them has a prominent family background, and every one of them is more dazzling than me. In these 3 years, the number of times I saw His Majesty could be counted on one hand. I've paced back and forth outside your palace countless times, from dawn to late at night, hoping to catch a glimpse of you, but I've been driven away countless times. And I've even secretly watched you enter the palaces of other concubines countless times, smiling and speaking gently, but you've never once turned around to see that I'm right behind you. That kind of feeling really made my heart break. So, I had no choice but to use an unconventional method and fake that miracle. At that time, my heart was nervous as if I was walking on the edge of a knife and in a sea of fire. I was afraid that if I failed, I would be smashed to pieces. But the moment His Majesty turned around and looked at me, I thought that even if I died, it would be worth it. If swords and spears were the weapons of warriors on the battlefield, then for a woman, tears were her best weapon. Moreover, this woman's stomach was carrying his child. In the end, the emperor couldn't bear it and reached out his hand to her. Beloved concubine, why do you have to do this? Consort Wen still refused to get up. She bit her lip and said, Deceiving His Majesty is indeed my fault. My death is not regrettable. But if you say that I am a prostitute in disguise, that is simply a great injustice. This concubine will never admit it. Today was a rare good day. The golden crow above his head was unbridled and arrogant. The entire scene was deathly silent. No one dared to wade into this muddy water again, as they were deeply afraid that this continuous and incessant raging fire would burn them in the end. Only Xiahou Qing, under the care of Juicy, calmly sat on the brocade seat. He lightly coughed twice, still lazily playing with the finger bone in his hand. He calmly opened his mouth and said, Ning Shu, do you know that slandering the imperial consort is a capital offense? Ning Shu bent her knees and bowed to him, as well as to everyone present. She said word by word, I understand. Then do you know that if you can't produce conclusive evidence, you might not be able to leave Phoenix Terrace alive today? Replying to your highness, if I was afraid of death, then I wouldn't have appeared on Phoenix Terrace today. As for the evidence, Ning Shu carefully took out the old painting that was stained with blood from her sleeve and slowly opened it in front of everyone. It was truly an extremely beautiful painting. In the painting, there were 2 young women gently swinging on a swing. They were smiling sweetly and looked around. No one could recognize the younger one, but the slightly older one looked extremely similar to the imperial concubine. This, imperial concubine Yang, do you know where this little girl found this painting? In the arms of Ninu's corpse. The little sister that you once cared for, even at the last moment, tightly held this painting of you and your sister in her arms, unwilling to let go. The moment she saw the painting, Consort Wen's expression stiffened. However, she quickly adjusted herself and coldly smiled. What does where I found it have to do with me? Mayu has millions of people. It's not strange for there to be a few who look similar. If you want to associate me with some brothel courtesan just based on this painting, then that's simply the most absurd thing in the world. I remember that you just said that Miss Yuzeo had died in the hands of the bandits of Flame Breath Mountain before she even stepped into the capital. Why are you now saying that she has become me? Isn't this contradictory? Moreover, my body hasn't been good since I was young. I was raised in Xiaoyang's hometown, which is thousands of li away from Qingzhou. It's in a completely different direction. A few days after I returned to the capital, I was chosen to enter the palace as an imperial consort. What chance did I have to be replaced by someone else? Chapter 115. Nyang Nyang remembered incorrectly. I just said that the name Yuzeo died on Mount Yin, she, not her. I was also puzzled. When did you escape everyone's sight and steal the day? Until I found the list of people involved in the bloody massacre on Mount Yin, she 3 years ago. On the day that Yuzeo entered the capital through Mount Yin, she, the second young miss of the Ruan family, Ruan Qinghuan, also received the imperial decree to enter the palace and enter the capital in a carriage. This is really a great coincidence. What's more, the two of you look similar. And as you said, the second young miss of the Ruan family had been raised in Xiaoyang's old home. The servants who had taken care of her were all killed by the bandits on Mount Yin Shi. No one can prove whether you are real or fake. Maybe it was an accident, or maybe it was for other reasons. No one would have thought that the inhumane massacre on Mount Yin Shi was a death sentence for countless people, but it helped you imperceptibly. It turned you from a prostitute to the second young miss of the Ruan family, and finally, you became His Majesty's noble imperial concubine. Consort Nguyen sneered. She still proudly raised her chin. As if no one could crush her like this, Lady Ning, your ability to make up stories is really amazing. But these are all your conjectures. That's right, that day I did pass through Mount Yin, Shi with the servants to enter the capital, and I did encounter a disaster. But I luckily survived because of His Majesty's imperial blessing. As for the so-called body swap, it's ridiculous. Moreover, you said that I killed them. Let me ask you, I am a concubine in the imperial harem. Without His Majesty's decree, I can't leave the palace. Then how did I have the ability to clone myself and rush to Phoenix Terrace to kill and poison people? That's right, you can't leave the palace, but someone can. Ning Shu moved her gaze to another person beside Consort Nguyen. Fifth Princess, I heard you say that you have been dizzy and weak recently. Sometimes you are unconscious, sometimes you are restless. Is that so? Yes. The fifth princess was dumbfounded after witnessing the unfathomable revelations one after another. She stared blankly at Consort Nguyen, who used to be her most trusted person, and her face turned pale with fear. Could it be? Ning Shu slowly said, if my guess isn't wrong, the imperial concubine had already bribed the palace maid by your side. Every time she wanted to leave the palace, she would send that palace maid to give you a medicine that would make you unconscious. Then, she would secretly steal your token that allowed you to leave the palace at any time. She would disguise herself as you and openly walk out the palace gates. After killing people, she would openly return to the palace. Nobody would know. And this conjecture was confirmed when I witnessed the imperial concubine ordering the palace maid to give you the pill. After hearing Ning Shu's words, fifth princess felt a chill run down her spine, and a chill ran down her spine. She looked at the trembling palace maid beside her, and then looked at Consort Nguyen, who had been carefully asking after her not long ago. She took a few steps back and simply didn't dare to face these two people. Because she admired Yun Ruahue, many people in the palace pointed at her and gossiped about her. Only Consort Nguyen supported her from beginning to end and even encouraged her. Therefore, she had always treated her as a confidant and shared everything with her. However, she never thought that the person she had always treated as a confidant was using her from beginning to end. No, she was even harming her. She never thought that this person was actually the person who made her unable to obtain what she wanted, and almost fell into a trance. For a moment, she didn't know if she was more pitiful or more laughable. Suddenly, her stomach began to churn. She immediately turned around and spat out the pill. When she raised her head again, her face was already covered in tears. Her lips trembled as she looked coldly at the pale-faced Yun Ruahue below the high platform. She mocked herself. I, Xiao Changyue, am really blind in this life. Then, She raised her hand and fiercely slapped herself. Chapter 116. Empress Chow frowned slightly and said, "So, the Phoenix Terrace case was really done by this bitch? But what was up with that ghostly figure? You said that the magic trick needed a prop, but that night, I ordered thousands of Yang Qingwei to search the entire Phoenix Terrace, but we couldn't find a single trace of a prop. How do you explain this?" Ning Shu said, "It's only natural that we couldn't find a prop, because this ghostly shadow magic trick was exactly the same as the miracle just now. It didn't use anything else, but also ice. Were the guards who searched Phoenix Terrace with me that day present? Please describe the scene in Jiaxinglu that night where the corpse was found." A bold guard immediately stood up and said loudly, "That corpse was found in Jiaxinglu, and it was hanging from the beam in the middle of Jiaxinglu compared to Phoenix Terrace, which was completely burned to ruins. Jiaxinglu wasn't that badly damaged. However, the doors and windows had long rotted away, so the place was empty and the wind was leaking everywhere. As soon as we went upstairs, we stepped into a pool of water by the doorstep. The water in the pool was especially cold, and that's all." "That's enough." Ning Shu bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, little brother. Reporting to your majesty, the prop used in this ghostly shadow magic trick was 2 specially made ice cubes. One side was concave, and the other was convex." As she spoke, she picked up a branch and slowly drew the shape of the 2 ice cubes on the ground. "Your majesty should remember that the ghostly shadow appeared in the evening, and there was only the last trace of the setting sun left in the sky. That trace of setting sun shone through the concave ice cubes, and the light gathered and shone on the corpse hanging in the middle of Jiaxinglu. The light then spread through the other convex ice cubes, magnifying the ghostly shadow and casting it on Phoenix Terrace, which was shrouded in the shade of the trees, in front of all of us. When the guards came back to their senses to look for it, the person hiding in Jiaxinglu immediately broke the 2 ice cubes. The large one was taken away, and the small ice cubes gradually melted. When the guards finally found it, it had already turned into a pool of cold water. It mixed with the sudden rainstorm from the day before, and no evidence was left. There were people in the crowd who had witnessed the ghostly act that day, and they immediately recalled the entire process. Yes, that's right. No wonder the ghostly shadow disappeared after the setting sun. So that's it." Ning Shu raised her head and sighed, her eyes as bright as the stars. "Your Majesty, if you had a little patience to listen to Lan Xiang speak the truth that night on Phoenix Terrace, instead of directly killing her, it's very likely that things wouldn't have come to this point. Or perhaps, for months ago, if you hadn't been tempted by power and created that miracle to push yourself in front of the people, perhaps Lan Xiang wouldn't have had the chance to recognize you, and none of this would have happened. At this point, are you still not willing to admit your crimes?" Consort Wen stiffly raised her head and looked at Ning Shu, who was questioning her. She also looked at the Emperor, Empress Chow, and the tens of thousands of people who had been bewitched and deceived by her. At this moment, she was still so beautiful, like a blooming white hibiscus. But at the peak of its blooming, it was withering and rotting. She suddenly remembered 4 months ago, when the Buddha's light appeared, and the tens of thousands of people bowed to her. She also remembered how the Emperor had taken her hand in surprise and joy, and promoted her to consort on the spot. Step by step, she became consort. Only one step. In the end, only one step was left. A shocking series of major cases caused by a lowly courtesan on a pleasure boat ended with the collapse of the 3rd prince and Consort Wen. Because Consort Wen was pregnant with an imperial child, the Emperor didn't immediately execute her. Instead, he banished her to the cold palace, waiting for her to give birth to a prince before dealing with her. But everyone knew that Consort Wen's reputation had completely collapsed. The entire imperial palace suffered a great purge. The hundreds of palace servants and eunuchs in Consort Wen's Qinghua Palace were all wiped out. Because of their negligence, the Ruan family was all banished to the border, never to return to the capital. As for Yun Ruahui, because he knew the truth, he didn't report it and was sent to prison to await his punishment. The April wind was warm everywhere, like the most tender stamen in a cluster of flower petals. It gently tickled the tips of the leaves, the blue ripples in the imperial garden, and the corners of the golden and glazed roof tiles. But for some reason, when it blew to the cold palace, it suddenly froze and became austere. In the empty cold palace, there wasn't a single palace servant. Only Consort Nguyen was still wearing the golden and pink robe embroidered with white hibiscus. She sat in front of a bronze mirror and drew her eyebrows, each stroke meticulously. As she drew, she looked at Ning Shu in the bronze mirror and said softly, "Ning Shu, if I knew you were so smart, I would have given you a cup of poisoned wine the day you entered the palace to prevent future troubles. That way, I wouldn't have fallen into this situation." Chapter 117. Thank you, Nyang Nyang, for not killing me. Ning Shu slowly bent her knees. She was wearing the same clothes as when they first met. The water-colored skirt fell on the tiles of the palace, like the ripples of fresh rain falling into a pond. And on the ripples, she was the clear and transparent raindrop. In the empty palace, Consort Nguyen's voice was especially cold. "Do you believe that even if I am reduced to this state today, I still have 1,000 ways to make you lose your life here? With the dragon child in my belly, I will definitely rise again one day." This little girl believes. Then what did you come here for today? To laugh at me? Ning Shu shook her head. That's not it. This little girl came to ask Imperial Consort Nyang Nyang to bestow the antidote. Consort Nguyen laughed, and it was especially ear-piercing. Yes, Lan Xiang was indeed killed by me. But what antidote are you talking about? This consort doesn't understand at all. Nyang Nyang, you know, because there aren't many people in this world who can understand it better than you. Following her clear voice, 2 identical golden bracelets slowly slid out from her sleeves and appeared in front of Consort Nguyen. Several days ago, you sent people to burn the pleasure boat on Moon Embracing Lake, causing this golden bracelet to sink to the bottom of the lake. At that time, a trace of doubt appeared in my heart. What kind of secret was hidden in this golden bracelet that made you so fearful? Thus, I secretly ordered people to fish it out, but there was only one golden bracelet, so I still couldn't understand its secret. It wasn't until I found the second one on Nainu's corpse that I finally solved the mystery. Her 10 fingers nimbly moved, connecting the 2 seemingly ordinary bracelets together. Then, with a click, a jade tablet suddenly popped out from the connected bracelets. And that incomparably exquisite jade tablet actually had the word Zhou engraved on it. When she saw that word, noble consort Ruan's impeccable expression, even when she admitted her guilt, suddenly cracked inch by inch. She completely collapsed. "Take it away. Take it away. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it ever again." Ning Shu only had her suspicions before she came, but now that she saw Consort Nguyen's expression, she knew that her guess was right. The character, Zhou, was Empress Zhou's character. Consort Nguyen covered her face in embarrassment. Tears flowed uncontrollably through the gaps between her fingers. Her whole body was trembling, like a delicate flower that was mercilessly snapped by the wind and rain. "Do you know that all the sorrows in my life originated from this word? Because of this character, for as long as I can remember, my mother, little sister, and I have always been hiding here and there. Have you ever seen a rat in a gutter? At that time, we were living a life worse than rats. We had to kowtow countless times to others in exchange for a mouthful of food. Later, mother fell ill, and we had no choice but to sell ourselves to the brothel. But when I excitedly took the money and went back to find my mother, she had already breathed her last. You see, God is so fond of playing jokes on me. He played one huge joke after another. In your heart, a person who can even harm his own little sister must be a heinous beast. But do you know how it feels to be pressed on top of a 70 or 80-year-old scoundrel? At that time, I was so disgusted that I wanted to bite my tongue and commit suicide. But I didn't, because I knew that I still had a little sister. If I died, how would she continue to live in this world? So I lived on, like a walking corpse. Moreover, I carefully guarded that secret, struggling at death's door in this filthy world. I originally didn't want to tell anyone about it. I wanted to keep it with me until death, to be buried with me. But he appeared. He was in a daze,
but he had such a warm smile on his face, like a jade. When he saw me, his face turned red. At that time, I even thought, could it be that all the suffering I suffered before was for the sake of meeting him one day? That was the most beautiful period of my life. Every day when I opened my eyes, I looked forward to seeing him. But while I was happy, I was also uneasy. I was afraid that if one day he found out that I was a remnant of the Zhou family, would he leave me because of this? During that time, I was tormented by these complex emotions every day, tormenting me to the point where I couldn't eat or sleep. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and told him everything. As expected, he left. For his family, he gave up on me. Ha, 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 ha. Look, I was once again robbed of everything I worked so hard to obtain by this show character. The rare time God cared for me was when I passed by Flame Breath Mountain on the way to the capital. The massacre had already ended. When I passed by the forest of corpses, I suddenly found that among the corpses, there was a young girl whose face was very similar to mine. According to the letter found on the young girl's body, I learned that she was the second young miss of the Wang family and had been chosen to enter the capital. A thought suddenly appeared in my mind. Since God didn't give me everything I deserved, then I will personally steal it from God. Chapter 118. Ningshu already had a rough idea of what happened next. She didn't need to say anything. Looking at that beautiful yet pale face, Ningshu didn't know whether to hate her or pity her. So, you chose Phoenix Terrace as the location? Yes. Why didn't I choose that place? I wanted to choose that place, the place that caused my Zhou family to fall from the ninth heaven to hell. Not only did I want to choose that place, I also wanted to make the plum blossom kiss appear in the world and make it look like a vengeful spirit was causing trouble. I wanted everyone who harmed my Zhou family to be in fear. I wanted to see them live in fear until they finally kneel and beg me, treating me as the only Guanyin Bodhisattva who could save them. How satisfying! How satisfying! Looking at Consort Nguyen, who had sunk into paranoia, Ningshu pursed her lips and said, "Then when you stabbed Ninu with the dagger, didn't you hesitate?" As if she had been slapped in the face, Consort Nguyen opened her mouth but didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, she turned her head and hoarsely said, "In the past, I sacrificed myself for her. Now that I want her to repay me, what's wrong with that? Do you think I'm scary? What do you know? Everything I did was to restore my Zhou family's glory." She desperately tried to find an excuse for herself. I didn't really want to kill her, but I had no choice. I really had no choice. If her existence was discovered, then all my efforts would have been wasted. There's one thing you might not have guessed. Ninu knows that you're not dead. Consort Nguyen's entire body trembled, and she almost blurted out, "That's impossible." You might have forgotten, but at that time, Ninu was chosen to enter Prince Ku's residence to celebrate the imperial concubine's birthday. You also participated in that birthday banquet. You didn't recognize her because she had lost her voice while teaching Prince Ku how to sing, so she was sent to play the zither in a corner. However, she recognized you at a glance. She recognized the elder sister who had been with her day and night for more than 10 years and who had taken care of her meticulously. But she didn't tell anyone. She only dared to secretly write a sentence in her letter to Lan Xiang. "Jejia is doing well now. I'm relieved. You don't have to worry about me. Once I've saved enough money to redeem myself here, I'll return to Qing province and reunite with you." Unfortunately, she didn't manage to wait for that day, as she fell into the third prince's evil hands. Actually, when she was captured by the third prince, as long as she gave the secret or the painting to the third prince, she probably wouldn't have to die. But she didn't do anything. From the beginning to the end, she never wanted to drag you down, even if she dies. The last sentence caused Consort Nguyen to completely collapse. She hugged her head tightly and shook it with all her might. This is impossible. You're lying to me. You must be lying to me. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it." The entire cold palace was filled with her miserable wails, as if someone had dug out her heart and it was finally forcefully stuffed back in. The 7 emotions and 6 desires that belong to humans completely crushed her in an instant. She suddenly remembered 4 years ago,
during the blooming season of the devil's snare flower. She and Nainu sat on the swing while he painted for them not far away. That girl had just grown up, but she had already learned how to tease people. She giggled as she leaned into her ear and said, "Jiejia, when you get married to young Master Yun in the future, I'll be your dowry maid." She was embarrassed and angry as she rebuked, "You wretched girl, how old are you? Do you know what marriage is?" That girl giggled and made funny faces at her. "Ha ha, I don't care, I don't care. In any case, I'll be your burden for the rest of my life." However, in the end, she had still lost her little burden. It wasn't until a long time later that her cries gradually stopped. Her voice had long been hoarse like a living dead. She clutched her chest tightly and paused between each word with incomparable difficulty and guilt. "When Nainu died, was it painful?" Ningshu said softly, "It was painful. After she was cruelly tortured by the third prince, her entire body was cut hundreds of times. The tendons in her hands and legs were all severed. In the end, she died of blood loss. But it wasn't that painful because at least she didn't die in the hands of her most beloved sister." Chapter 119. Just as Ning Shu turned to leave, she heard Consort Wen say hoarsely behind her, "That day, when I gave you the bracelet at the palace gate, I said that if I had a sister like you, I was sincere. I really envy you. If Nainu and I weren't born in the Zhou family, but in any other commoner's family, perhaps our ending would be completely different. I also wouldn't have become like this, where even I hate myself. The night was as cold as water, and the river of stars was desolate." Ning Shu placed the bracelet that Consort Wen gave her at the entrance of the cold palace. Then, she walked along the path she came from, step by step out of the world's most luxurious and loneliest birdcage. She walked out of the towering cinnabar palace walls and walked past the resplendent golden glazed tiles. She let the palace lanterns cast their shadows one after another, slowly elongating her figure. It wasn't time to turn off the lights yet. She raised her head and looked at the thousands of lanterns flickering in the April wind along the way. Occasionally, a lantern would be blown out by the wind, but soon, a palace servant would run over and light it up again. Another gust of wind blew over, and the palace servant had no choice but to run for his life. On some palace roads, the palace servants who were in charge of the lights secretly took a nap, and several palace lanterns were extinguished without a sound, not even leaving a sigh. It was like countless souls struggling under the stars in the mortal world. In the darkness, she suddenly felt a trace of coldness. At the end of the palace road, a voice broke the ice wall that surrounded her. "Why are you in a daze?" The voice was like ice and jade knocking against each other, with a trace of impatience after waiting for a long time. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a tall and slender figure standing under millions of stars at the end of the waning lights. He was still wearing his cold black clothes and his brocade-like black hair. However, under the reflection of the lantern in Juicy's hand behind him, there was a rare trace of warmth. The bone-chilling coldness in her heart had unknowingly melted away. She gathered her clothes and walked to his side step by step. "I'm thinking about how great the magic power of power is, to be able to turn the woman who Yun Ruahue once said with a light smile into this unrecognizable person." He was also thinking about Nainu. 3 years ago, she narrowly escaped death and dragged herself all the way north to the capital to look for someone. If she knew in advance that her sister, whom she wholeheartedly trusted, would one day treat her as a stumbling block and kill her, would she regret it? There was also Lan Xiang. She had seen through the mysteries of heaven at the festival of bathing the Buddha. How could she not feel a trace of fear? But she still tried with a glimmer of hope. When she received the news, she couldn't wait a moment to rush to Phoenix Terrace for the appointment. How excited and hopeful must she have been? But before she could say a word, a dagger pierced through her heart. How would she feel at that time? The most difficult thing to understand in this world is the human heart. Nainu and Lan Xiang had both died to protect the people most important to them. It could be said that they got what they asked for. As for Consort Wen, even though she didn't die, she will spend the rest of her life in regret. For her, this might be the best punishment. He said calmly, What did she say about the plum blossom kiss? She said she would give me an answer in 3 days. Xiao Qing nodded casually and said, then let's go. The palace road was still the same cold palace road. The two of them walked side by side. Juicy held the palace lantern in his hand. The faint yellow light reflected the bright begonia painted on the lantern's shade onto their clothes. Half of the light shone on his cloak embroidered with flowing clouds, and the other half on her rippling water-colored skirt. She tilted her head and blinked gently, teasing, has your highness been waiting for me? Xiao Qing's fingertips twitched slightly. He turned his head and smiled. You think too highly of yourself? Because of this case, His Majesty's old illness flared up again. He called me into the palace to accompany him. When I left the palace, I happened to pass by this place. It was just on the way. Ning Shu was speechless. This night, the sky was very high and very bright. In the dark blue silk-like curtain of night, one could see a string of Milky Way. Specks of starlight adorned the brocade, and under it, everything was plated with a layer of silver splendor. After not hearing Ning Shu's voice for a while, Xiao Qing furrowed his brows and said, what nonsense are you thinking about now? Admiring the stars from thousands of years ago and the unpredictable changes above her head, Ning Shu casually said, I'm thinking about Wan Chang'an. I'm afraid he never would have thought that his momentary hedonistic behavior would lead to such a shocking chain of major cases. In the end, it led to the destruction of his entire Wan family. If he hadn't been so angry that he had listened to someone's instigation to throw the cloud leaf into Phoenix Terrace, allowing him to witness the entire process of Consort Nguyen's murder and pulling the first wheel of this enormous wheel of fate, perhaps no one would have noticed that a little songstress on Moon-Luring Lake had been silently erased from this world. Then, there wouldn't have been such a series of events. Wait, a terrifying thought suddenly licked her heart like a poisonous snake's tongue, causing her to suddenly stop in her tracks. In this cold night, her entire body was terrified. Yes, if Wan Chang hadn't been instigated to do such a foolish thing. But who was the one who instigated Wan Chang? Chao Huayu, the second son of Imperial Uncle Chao. Chapter 120. Countless scenes involuntarily flashed before her eyes. From the very beginning in the Phoenix Algae Palace, Empress Chao's flickering eyes flowed with deep thought. In front of Phoenix Terrace, Empress Chao bent down and whispered in her ear, I don't accept the theory that ghosts are causing mischief. Someone must be causing mischief to my court. In the end, when the case was concluded and the 300,000 people respectfully sent the Empress back to the palace, Empress Chao lowered her head and gave her a rare and mysterious smile of praise as she passed by her. You really didn't disappoint this Empress. Don't worry, this Empress will protect your life. This terrifying thought made Ning Shu uncontrollably tremble. She subconsciously grabbed Xiao Qing's sleeve and muttered, the person controlling this case from beginning to end, could it be Chao? Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Qing suddenly pulled back his sleeve coldly. Then he raised his hand and gently pushed. Ning Shu was completely unprepared. She felt her body go soft, and with a splash, she fell into the side of the palace path, into the flowing lotus pond stream. The water of the April stream was cold to the heart. Fortunately, she was somewhat good at swimming and didn't choke to death. She struggled to stabilize her body on the slippery cobblestones at the bottom of the water. Hugging her soaked clothes, she looked up at the elegant person on the shore with his long belt fluttering in the wind. She angrily said, what are you doing? It was like this again. It was like this again. Last time in the Sea of Fire, he was also like this. Without saying anything, he directly pushed her into the secret passage hidden in the Sea of Fire, causing her to be in a sorry state. This time, it was the same thing again. This person's bad taste was truly repulsive to the extreme. She pulled up her wet skirt and struggled to get onto the shore. Just as she was about to argue with him, she heard a series of even footsteps slowly approaching from the distance. Ning Shu immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw at the end of the serene palace path 16 palace lanterns clustered around a phoenix chariot in the center that looked like a blooming phoenix. It was slowly approaching her. Empress Chao, who was reclining on the phoenix sedan, still had that perfect and graceful smile on her face. Seeing Ning Shu's drenched body, she was slightly startled and sighed. "Child, why are you so drenched? You're too rash. Although it's already late spring, it's still cold at night. Immediately come back with me and change into clean clothes to avoid catching a cold." Like a loving elder looking at his mischievous junior, he wanted to blame him but couldn't bear to do so. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. But the more she acted like this, the more Ning Shu was terrified. The chill that had just been interrupted once again rushed to her back. Ning Shu immediately knelt down and said, "This little girl greets the Empress." Reporting to Yang, this little girl accidentally slipped and fell into the lotus stream. However, this little girl's body has been warm since childhood, so it's not a big deal to get wet. Many thanks for Nyang's care. She didn't know if it was because the night in the palace was too cold, or if the water in the palace was too cold, but the bone-chilling coldness seeped into each of her blood vessels. She did her best to keep herself calm. "Since it's like this, Ben Gong won't force you." Empress Chao smiled and gently turned the jade thumb ring inlaid with gems. "Your bravery in solving this case, no matter if it's His Majesty or my court, you have done well. Ben Gong will remember this. Is there anything you want as a reward?" The water droplets on her body dripped onto the dark palace tiles. Ning Shu bowed deeply. It's this little girl's duty to help His Majesty and Yang. The truth of the case being revealed is this little girl's greatest reward. This little girl doesn't dare to have any other extravagant requests. Then, has this case really ended? Empress Chao said slowly. In the sky above her head, a star that belonged to hundreds of millions of years ago suddenly flashed by, dragging the last trace of its life and briefly lighting up a small part of the sky. Ning Shu looked at that shooting star and was stunned for a moment until a pebble lightly hit her back. "Yes," she slowly said. The short moment of deep thought just now was just a sudden guess. Could she find any evidence? She couldn't. So, she could only answer with this one word, "Yes." Empress Chao smiled. In the deathly silence of the imperial palace, it was particularly clear. She bent down and slowly looked at Ning Shu, saying, "Ning Shu, you really are a smart person, a very smart person. Since this is the case, Ben Gong is relieved." Chapter 121. It wasn't until the Empress's phoenix carriage slowly disappeared into the serene palace garden with high walls that Ning Shu felt her legs go numb. She couldn't use any strength. A jade-white hand reached out from the side and landed in front of her. Ning Shu froze for a moment before raising her hand to take it. Because of his old illness, his body temperature was lower than normal people's, and so was his hand. But at this time, her entire body was cold. This slightly cold hand was the only warmth she could feel in this 1,000 palaces and 10,000 halls, hundreds of feet of dangerous buildings. The strength she had just lost gradually came back. Using the strength of that hand, she finally stood up from the ground. The two hands held each other for a short moment before quickly letting go. Ning Shu sobbed for a moment before saying in embarrassment, "Thank you, Your Highness." Although this person was not honest, he had saved her life. Hadn't he? Before she could finish her last word, she saw him hold the hand that had just held her in the air for a long time. He pursed his lips deeply and then said to Jusi, "Give me the handkerchief." Jusi immediately offered the handkerchief. Xiahou Qing took it and in front of her, began to carefully wipe the hand that had held her hand from the palm to the back of the hand, and then to each finger. He didn't even let go of a single line on the palm. A spark flew to her heart. Ning Shu immediately became angry. She took a deep breath and was about to insult him. "If Your Highness feels that your jade hand has been sullied by my daughter, there's no need to wipe it. It's better to just chop it clean." A thick black cloak flew towards her head. The faint fragrance of Du Hong carried a certain person's unique warmth. It entered her nose and then covered her entire body. The owner of the cloak wiped his hand clean and was finally willing to be distracted. He casually said to her, "No need to thank me. Remember, if you get sick from the cold, don't ask me for medical expenses." He continued to walk towards the palace gates with Jusi's support. With difficulty, She poked her head out of the cloak and looked at the person's tall and slender back under the moonlight. Ning Shu was angry, but she suddenly laughed. This person, this person. It really was, that cloak was really too big for her. She held it tightly, but it still dragged on the ground. She had to be careful not to trip over the tail of the cloak. When she finally stepped out of the palace gate, Forsythia, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately greeted her. When she saw that her hair was wet and her body was dripping with water, she was shocked. "Miss, what happened to you?" She was draped in a black cloak that did not fit her at all. Again, taking a closer look, the black cloak looked somewhat familiar. Why did it look more and more like His Highness the Crown Prince? She was completely confused. However, the young Miss's health was more important. She hurriedly said, "Young Miss, there is a set of spare clothes in the carriage. You should quickly get into the carriage and change. What if you catch a cold? By the way, I haven't put away the hand warmer for winter. Where did I put it? I have to find it quickly and cover it up for you. I remember that there is also a thick fox fur coat in the carriage." Seeing that Forsythia was so flustered that she was spinning like a top, Ning Shu was speechless. She smiled and said, "It's no big deal. It's just a bit of water. I'll be fine after taking a hot bath back home. How can I be so delicate?" Then, she sneezed. Achoo. She was sick. She had been sick for 3 days. During these 3 days, several major events had happened. The first was that Yun Ruahui had committed suicide in prison. Before he died, he used his blood to write the word regret on the wall. Ning Shu woke up from her illness and immediately handed over a token to the palace and rushed to the cold palace. However, she was still a step too late. Consort Nguyen's corpse was already lying on the cold floor of the cold palace. Just like Lan Xiong, who had died on Phoenix Terrace, a dagger had been pierced through her heart. The blood that gushed out dyed her gold robe embroidered with white hibiscus red. It looked like a wedding robe that had been dyed in a hurry and hadn't been made yet. She clearly remembered that not long ago, this beautiful and ambitious woman had said in her ear, "With the dragon child in my belly, I will definitely make a comeback." But she was dead. She was dead. The coroner from the Jiangji Prefecture, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Justice confirmed that she had committed suicide. No one knew if she had heard the news of Yun Ruahui's suicide and chose to end her life in grief. In short, this woman, who had been manipulated beyond recognition by fate, had finally left the world that had never treated her well, and she had never treated her well. She had brought along the secret of the plum blossom kiss that she hadn't had time to tell. The only news that could be considered not bad was that Cloudleaf, who had been unconscious for nearly a month, had suddenly woken up. The 4-petaled plum blossom on her neck had disappeared without a trace overnight. She had lost her memory and didn't know anything. Just as Empress Chao had requested, this case had truly come to an end. Chapter 122. The Chasing Cloud and Moon Restaurant was the largest and most lively restaurant in the capital. There were no less than 100 people sitting in the hall on the first floor. They were drinking wine while listening to the storyteller's eloquent words. It was a great fortune in their lives. Bai Shaoxing shook his head and began his opening speech. "Who are the young talents in this world?" "Then I have to mention those 3. In the past 10 years, the 3 of them used their talents to shock the world and made countless students look up to them. They are Prince Ku and Xiaoming Lan from 16 years ago. They were proficient in both literature and martial arts. They were valiant and heroic. They could be said to be the 4 masters of horse riding, archery, painting, and calligraphy. Unfortunately, they were extremely conceited and did not take others seriously. They spent their days in brothels and theaters, indulging in wine and women. In just a few years, they exhausted their talents and were only left with the smell of wine and women's cosmetics. The second one is Prince Pingnan's son, Xiahou Qing from 11 years ago. When he was young, he was taller than the heavens. His debate on policy overturned the entire Shumi court. When the Xiongnu invaded, he only offered one policy and the Xiongnu retreated. This caused the Xiongnu imperial court to be in chaos for many years. He could read 10 lines at a glance. Being able to remember everything he saw was his most insignificant skill. It was truly admirable. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of such talents. He was born with a sickly aura. When he was 10 years old, he was suddenly infected with a strange poison. Later, his illness became more severe and he was bedridden. Last year, he became blind. This white crane's wings could be considered completely broken. Hearing this, the audience could not help but sigh. Someone asked, "What about the last one?" The last one is Ning Shu, the eldest daughter of the Ning family from 7 years ago. Everyone was surprised. Although she solved the Phoenix Terrace case in front of 300,000 people a few days ago, news quickly spread that she had an expert guiding her from behind and that she did not have any real talent. She only purposely made a big show of it to wash away her bad reputation of being a jinx to her husband. This news spread like wildfire and gradually spread throughout the entire capital. From the beginning to the end, Lady Ning did not stand out to refute. Was this not a guilty conscience? But then they heard Bai Xiaoxing's clap of the bamboo clapper. Everybody was shocked. Exactly. As for Lady Ning, she started learning at the age of 2 and showed an unusual precocious intelligence at the age of 4. As long as she had seen someone or touched something, she could pick it out of 1,000 after a few months. At the age of 5, she helped the Empress in the palace to solve the case of the Phoenix hairpin theft. At the age of 6, she was chosen by the female Zhugehosi to be her last disciple. But later, when he was 10 years old, a crazy Taoist suddenly gave him the curse of 9 generations. Since then, his situation had been deteriorating. Everyone knew what happened after that. Now, the whole world called her Great Yu's first female general who jinxes her husband, and no one remembered her past glory. Until the Phoenix Terrace case a few days ago. Could it be that she really solved the case by herself? Someone asked curiously. That's absurd. Yesterday, Lu Jijio from the Imperial College had personally paid a visit to the House of Duke. He wanted to ask her how she had solved the case. Do you know what she said? Everyone's interest was piqued. What? She had a dream at night. She dreamt that the ghosts of Nainu and Lan Xiang told her. Tell me, isn't that nonsense? The master behind her must have forgotten to tell her the details, so she had to make it up to fool people. Everyone laughed. Maybe this is what the saying goes, being young may not be good when you grow up. Someone else mocked, Zhong Yong is nothing more than that. Next, let's talk about the most discussed case in the capital, the case of the 4th Miss of the Qi family. Okay, the storyteller immediately took over and changed the topic. Speaking of the 4th Miss of the Qi family, it's another unsolved case. The Liu family is really unlucky. Qi-san died not long ago, and the 4th Miss of the Qi family. The people outside were excited by the story, but they didn't know that in a room on the 2nd floor, the 3 people who had just been mentioned and the 7th prince, Xiao Yunsan, had gathered around a table to play horse games. To be exact, Xiao Minglan, Ning Shu, Xiao Yunsan, and Hui Mo had gathered in a circle to compete with each other. Xiao Qing was leisurely drinking tea on the side. Occasionally, Hui Mo would ask him for advice, and he would condescend to open his mouth. Even so, after 4 rounds of gambling, Hui Mo had won, Xiao Minglan second, Ning Shu neither lost nor won, and Xiao Yunsan was the only one who had lost everything. His face was ashen. Chapter 123. Xiao Minglan took a sip of tea to soothe his throat, then glanced at Ning Shu with dissatisfaction. Lady Ning, next time when you play horse games, don't go easy on me like you did today. It's so unpleasant. If you want to play, you should play with your real skills. Even if I lose, I'll still be happy. Xiao Yunsan, whose face was ashen, immediately turned into a corpse and screamed. What? She, Ning Shu, actually went easy on him. What did she mean? It meant that the next time he played cards with these people, he would lose everything in the 7th prince's residence. Little royal uncle, you're too mean. You dragged me into the fire pit. Xiao Yunsan sat in the corner and glared at these people with great resentment. Ning Shu smiled and said, Yes, 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 your highness Prince Ku. This time Ning Shu was rude. Next time, I'll play with you to the fullest. However, I've finished the 4 rounds of horse games that I promised you. Can you lend me the token? Xiao Yunlan held little Hong Yin in his arms and played with her soft white hands. He casually threw something to her and said,
Take it. You can return it to me before noon tomorrow. Ning Shu bowed and said, Thank you, Your Highness. We'll take our leave now. Xiao Yunlan waved his hand and hugged his little Hong Yin as he leisurely listened to his precious opera singer sing. Ning Shu stood up and left. Xiao Qing was a step behind and called Hui Mo immediately understood and gave the thick stack of banknotes to Xiao Yunsan. Xiao Yunsan's eyes lit up. He immediately put the banknotes back into his arms and ran to Xiao Qing. You're so righteous. Prince Xiao, you're my good brother from now on. Ha 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 ha. Come. Let me send you off. He raised his hand to pat Xiao Qing's shoulder, but Xiao Qing stepped back and said, Your Highness, you're too polite. Xiao Yunsan didn't mind and happily sent Xiao Qing and Ning Shu out of the chasing clouds and moon-chasing pavilion. Back in the pavilion, Bai Xiaosheng was still talking. He talked for a while about Qi Zhuanyu's case and continued to talk about Ning Shu. After listening for a while, Xiao Yunsan smacked his lips and walked back to the second floor. He said in confusion, Little Royal Uncle, the case at Phoenix Terrace was solved by Ning Shu herself. Why didn't she come out to clarify it? But instead, she made up her own story and spread the rumor? The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Xiao Minglan held little Hong Yan's hand and drank a small mouthful of warm wine. She said lazily, How much of a limelight that girl had on the Phoenix stage is how much face the imperial family has lost. There are 3 reasons why Imperial Brother hasn't punished her yet. First, Imperial Brother's old illness has relapsed, and he doesn't have the energy to punish her. Second, the case has just been closed. If he punished her immediately, the people would think that the imperial family can't tolerate the truth. Third, Her Majesty the Empress pleaded for her life. The combination of these 3 gave her a chance to breathe. This is a rare opportunity, so she has to grasp it. She has to ruin her reputation before His Majesty recovers. The more the people don't believe that she solved the case, the safer she will be. This is to protect herself and also to ask for punishment. Xiao Yunsan was stunned by these words. It took him a while to react. So that's why. Then he silently decided that he had to be careful when he saw that Lady Ning in the future. As for Ma Diao, no more fighting. Xiao Minglan grabbed little Red Yan's hand and kissed it. He smiled flirtatiously. The mole under his eyes was lively and fragrant. That girl is very clever. And that Xiao Qing was also not someone easy to deal with. These 2 people who had nothing to do with each other had coincidentally come together. Sometimes the heavens were very interesting, weren't they? Chapter 124. In the carriage, Ning Shu carefully looked at the small brass token in her hand and chatted casually. Among all the royal relatives in the capital, only Prince Ku is so playful and interesting. The 7th prince is also a young man, simple and straightforward. It was rare to hear her praise someone, and 2 at once. For some reason, Xiao Qing felt a trace of inexplicable unhappiness in his heart. He frowned and said faintly, Perhaps, but don't forget that the most simple thing in the palace is the skeleton in the dry well, or the one who will become the skeleton. That's true. Ning Shu sighed and nodded. As the princes gradually grew up, the emperor, who used to brandish his sword on horseback, became more and more aged in recent years. A bloody battle for the throne was about to begin. Because of her interference, the 3rd prince was forced out early. But don't forget, the 4th prince Xiao Yunsu, the 6th prince Xiao Yunsan and the others had already shown their desire to compete. Even the youngest, the 14th prince, was already 10 years old. No matter how simple a person was, after a few baptisms of blood, he or she would be forced to change. Her ability was limited. In this life, she only wanted a pair of white hands to protect her, the Duke Ning, peacefully. The carriage leisurely stopped in front of Phoenix Terrace. Ning Shu and Huiyamo finished dressing up, jumped off the carriage, and showed the token to the guard. Consort Wen died in a hurry, and the cause of her death was extremely dishonorable, which made the emperor extremely disgusted. Therefore, she was not allowed to enter the royal mausoleum. Empress Chao made the decision to hastily bury Consort Wen in Phoenix Terrace. After the burial,
The Phoenix Terrace was completely sealed and never to see the light of day again. This matter was handed over to Prince Ku, Xiaominglan, who had an idle position in the Ministry of Rites for many years. This was the reason why the card game in the Chasing Cloud and Moon Chasing Tower was held. When the patrolling guards saw Prince Ku's token, they immediately let the two go. In less than an hour, the two returned with a message. The cut is slightly to the right. The wound is slightly hooked downwards. The degree of the cut is from deep to shallow, consistent with the characteristics of suicide. Consort Nguyen should have killed herself. Other than that, there are no other clues. These days, I have been thinking about a few questions. First, why did she commit suicide? I heard with my own ears that night a few days ago, she said, "With the dragon in my belly, I will be able to rise again." But in the blink of an eye, only 2 days had passed before she committed suicide. Was it really for Yun Ruahue? Or was there another reason why she had to die? Second, how was the cloud leaf's poison cured? This poison was inexplicable, and the antidote was also silent. What was the mystery? Third, where did the plum blossom kiss in Consort Nguyen's hand come from? She is indeed a descendant of the Zhou family, but if she had the plum blossom kiss in her hand since she was young, she should have taken it out and poisoned it to death when she was at her wit's end and was humiliated by those old and rich gentry. She should not have waited until now to let it appear. Xiahou Qing said, "So, you suspect that there is another person buried deep in this case?" Ning Shu nodded. Her soft and slender fingertips randomly drew on the small table in front of her. Empress Chow? It shouldn't be. The person who gave Consort Nguyen the poison must be someone she trusted. Empress Chow and her were like fire and water, especially after Consort Nguyen was pregnant with the dragon's child. There were even rumors in the palace that His Majesty wanted to change the Empress. Therefore, if it was given by Empress Chow or someone close to her, Consort Nguyen would definitely not accept it. Instead, she would be extremely cautious. Then, who could it be? This person hid behind the entire incident and manipulated everyone, while he escaped unscathed and did not leave a single trace. And this person, could it be the person who had been targeting her and Xiahou Qing for many years? Thinking about it, it was simply terrifying. No matter what, the clue of the plum blossom kiss is broken here. She leaned on the small table in front of her and supported her chin with her hand. The word depressed was written all over her snow-white and pretty face. After being busy for several days, just as the dawn was about to appear, a rainstorm suddenly fell and covered the white horizon once again. She could not see the sun. It really made her depressed. Opposite her, Xiahou Qing was still calm and indifferent. However, although Qi Huaijin died, Cloud Leaf survived. This means that the plum blossom kiss is not a poison without an antidote. Then, your efforts this time were not in vain. It was clearly a matter of life and death, but he comforted her instead. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Is your highness praising me?" Chapter 125. Huiyamo drove the carriage very steadily. The carriage silently passed through the desolate and lonely Phoenix Terrace, crossed the gurgling Nine-Arch Bridge, and then gradually drove to the Zhuke Street where people came and went. The pear blossoms on the Zhuke Street were in full bloom. The branches were decorated with heavy white flowers, slowly counting the passing carriages and pedestrians. In the quiet and secluded pear blossoms, Ning Shu heard Xiahou Qing slowly say, "You can say so." Ning Shu immediately held up a smiling face. "If so, then shouldn't your highness give me some rewards?" Since she was doing things in a low-key way, then she should do things in a high-profile way. She must not miss the rewards that she should ask for. Xiahou Qing raised his lips and said, "Oh." She thought that according to his temper, he would reply to her. Whimsical. She did not expect that after a moment of silence, she would hear him say lightly, "What do you want?" This made Ning Shu somewhat surprised. At this time, a gust of wind blew. Pieces of snow-white pear blossoms jumped down from the branches and fell on the pedestrians. Some of the petals sneaked in from the corner of the carriage curtain that was blown up by the wind and fell on Xiahou Qing's black clothes. A few days ago, he appeared in front of the Phoenix Terrace in a black outfit, causing countless people in the imperial city to compete to imitate him. But the same black outfit on some people looked good, but on some people, it looked like a funeral. One of the petals seemed to be very human and also liked his beauty. It gently touched the back of his hand, turned around, and touched the tip of his tall nose. It was somewhat irritating as it wantonly fluttered in front of him. Ning Shu subconsciously reached out to help him catch it, but another hand also reached out and held it at the same time. One hand was warm and soft, the other was slightly cold. But both of them were stunned at the same time. The wind outside the curtain was still blowing, and more small white petals blew in. It blew through her waist-length hair, and also blew through the black silk cloth in front of his eyes, and finally entangled with each other. Inside the carriage, it was completely silent. Thinking about how this person was obsessed with cleanliness and didn't like to be touched by others, Ning Shu almost immediately pulled her hand back. She smiled awkwardly, then lifted the curtain and threw the pear blossom in her palm out. She said, "This street full of pear blossoms is beautiful, but in the end, it's too small and annoying." Then she added, "I heard that His Highness is about to choose a consort." The warm and soft touch from earlier still lingered on his palm for a short while. His heart unconsciously moved. So, Ning Shu did not know why she had said those words. After she finished speaking, she felt a bit regretful. Xiao Qing chose his Shitzi consort. What did it have to do with her? What right did she have to interrupt? She could only laugh dryly and continue. "When the time comes, if your highness finds a good match, please don't forget this little girl. Please allow this little girl to come to your residence and drink a toast." It was unknown which word had offended His Highness the heir, but the carriage suddenly stopped. Ning Shu was invited out and then arrogantly drove away. The reason was very good. It was not on the way. From Vermilion Bird Street to Duke Ning was a full 10 li Ning Shu. Fortunately, Vermilion Bird Street was not far from the East Market. Thinking about how she had not had the time to play with Jier because she had been busy solving the mystery, Ning Shu decided to go to the East Market to buy some of Jier's favorite candied fruits to coax him. After the Phoenix Terrace case, the East Market returned to its former bustle. The magic trick stall was full of people. In the middle of the crowd, the stall owner was trying to figure out a new trick. Ning Shu watched with interest for a while, then continued to walk forward. She saw Jier's favorite bamboo dragonfly and saw a stall selling candied fruits. She bought 2 sticks and decided to give one to Jier and the other to herself. After she finished buying, she walked a few steps and turned back, deciding to buy another stick. Finally, she walked to the East Market's most famous candied fruit shop, but was suddenly stopped by someone. "This young lady, please wait a moment." The voice behind her was hurried and slightly panting, but unexpectedly, it was somewhat familiar. Ning Shu responded and turned around. She did not expect to see no one else but Cloud Leaf, who had just recovered from a serious illness. Because of the huge poison, Cloud Leaf had lost a lot of weight. His face was still pale, but his spirit was slowly recovering. "I'm really sorry for being rude, young lady." Cloud Leaf seemed to have chased Ning Shu for a long time. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. After he stopped Ning Shu, he apologetically bowed and said in a panic, Please don't worry, young lady. I'm not a lecher who wants to strike up a conversation with you. It's just that I had a serious illness a while ago and lost all my memories. I only vaguely remember that I liked a young lady. We were about to get married, but something happened and that young lady left. I asked all the servants and relatives around me, and they all said that it was my dream. There was no such person, but I clearly remember. I'm going back to my hometown in Zhaoyang tomorrow to continue recuperating. Today is my last day in the capital. Just now in front of the magic trick stall, I felt that young lady's back looked very familiar, so I rashly stopped you. After he finished speaking in a panic, he shyly and hopefully raised his head to look at Ning Shu. Excuse me, have we met before? His eyes were filled with the same sincerity and straightforwardness as before. Ning Shu was startled, and then she slowly bent her knees to greet him. She replied with the most polite and calm smile, Young master, you've mistaken me for someone else. We've never met before. As if he didn't believe it, Cloudleaf opened his mouth and asked again, Really? Ning Shu nodded solemnly, yes. Then she turned and walked into the candied fruit shop. Behind her, Cloud Leaf showed an extremely disappointed expression. He stood there and looked at her for a long time until a servant came and dragged him away. "Young master, why are you here? Go back quickly. You're going back to your hometown in Zhaoyang tomorrow. Madam must be very worried that you ran out without permission. If there's anything you want to buy, I'll buy it for you. As for the young lady you're talking about, there really isn't." Cloud Leaf let the servant take him away in a daze. He always felt that he had once loved a young lady deeply. He thought that he could hold hands with that young lady until their hair turned white, but in the end, it was just a big dream. He woke up from the dream. The people in the dream who should have brushed shoulders with each other were destined to brush shoulders with each other. And the person who shouldn't have brushed shoulders with each other. Ning Shu finished buying the candied fruit and came out. She found that her hands were full of things, and she couldn't even lift them up. She was worried about whether she should hire a carriage, but where could she hire one in this busy city? Then she saw the carriage that had just left her silently parked not far away. Her eyes lit up and she immediately walked up and lifted the curtain. "I guess that your highness wouldn't be so heartless as to leave my daughter behind. My daughter just bought the best candied fruit in the capital and brought one for you. Here, your highness, please condescend to taste it." Chapter 126. The air was humid and heavy, making it hard for people to breathe, as if they were in a steamer. The little eunuch Lian Song, who was guarding outside Funing Palace, was just about to quietly loosen his collar and take a breath when he heard head steward Zhao cough softly beside him. He immediately retracted his hand and continued to stand there respectfully, like a loyal and lifeless stone statue. This was one of the highest places in the entire imperial palace. Following Song Chueshuan's gaze, one could see many overlapping and complicated palaces. Those usually dazzling golden glazed roof tiles, under the dark clouds that were so heavy that they were almost black, appeared lifeless. He was silently in a daze. He had lived in the imperial city for 14 years and had never seen such abnormal weather in spring. However, whether it was the dark clouds above or the faint thunder in the sky, they all indicated that a storm was coming. This year was truly a demonic year. He only heard about imperial concubine Qi's maternal family during lunch. The fourth young miss of the Qi family, Qi Zhaoyu, who often came to the palace, had recently been pestered by a wolf demon. Thinking about it made people tremble. Should he learn from the other seniors and go to the Buddhist temple to ask for a peace talisman to keep him safe? If he really had to go, should he go to Wanfo Temple or to Shangua Temple? To Shangua Temple. Imperial concubine Qi had made a name for herself in Wanfo Temple, but she had fallen in only 4 months. It could be seen that Wanfo Temple was not that effective. However, he vaguely heard that the third prince had once paid his respects in Deshangwa Temple and asked for a lot. Now, he had fallen to the fate of being imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison. It could be seen that Deshangwa Temple was just fishing for fame. He had secretly asked his master why the third prince had done such a foolish thing when he was already the eldest son of the emperor. His master looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Although the third prince is the eldest son of the emperor, His Majesty has never appointed him as the crown prince." What does this mean? It means that His Majesty is not too satisfied with him. As the other princes became adults one after another, the third prince naturally could not remain calm and could only make a risky move. As for ending up like this, that was his fate. Lian Song, oh Lian Song, your brain is only as big as an almond. How can you understand the matters in the palace? In the future, don't think about it anymore, and don't ask random questions. Only by doing your job well will you be able to keep your almond-sized brain. He nodded and felt that his master was right. After he finished his recollection, he sighed softly in his heart. Originally, he could take a break every 10 days, but because the frequency of His Majesty's old illness relapsing was increasing, he had already been on duty for many days in a row. Everyone was busy and worried. He really did not know when the next break would be. So tired, so tired. Just as he was imagining things in his head, suddenly, "All of you, die!" A loud roar came from within Fu Ning Palace Hall, followed by a series of rapid breathing. Manager Zhao hurriedly called out in a low voice, "Quick, quick," and led the group of palace maids and eunuchs into the hall to serve. Some handed out warm handkerchiefs, some wiped his body, and some changed his clothes. In short, they were all very busy. Everyone was very familiar with their own tasks because in recent days, the emperor had already lost count of how many nightmares he had had in the past few days. Lian Song deftly helped the emperor change his clothes. Then, he heard a familiar voice and a familiar fragrance walk in. "Your Majesty, did you have nightmares again?" His voice was full of worry. It was Consort Qi. She was dressed in a red palace dress, gorgeous and beautiful. She held a bowl of boiling medicine and sat in front of the dragon bed. She scooped up a spoonful and blew on it. Then, she personally drank a mouthful in front of His Majesty and carefully fed it to His Majesty. "This medicine has just been brewed. I personally watched over it. The medicine is at its best right now. I will serve you." Chapter 127. Seeing Consort Qi's behavior, the emperor slowly opened his mouth and swallowed the medicine. Ever since Consort Wen was banished to the cold palace, Consort Qi regained favor and became the emperor's most favored concubine in the imperial palace. However, Lian Song thought, His Majesty's beloved concubines changed back and forth, but the most powerful one was still the empress. Because no matter how the other concubines in the imperial harem fought, in the end, only she firmly sat in the middle palace, even if she rarely came to disturb His Majesty's bedroom. Master had already warned me. How could I still think about it? I should be beaten. Lian Song hurriedly ordered herself to stop and obediently stood to the side, waiting for Consort Qi to finish feeding His Majesty the medicine and take the empty bowl. After serving His Majesty the medicine, Consort Qi took a warm handkerchief from a palace maid and wiped the medicine juice from His Majesty's mouth. After finishing a series of things, she stopped and looked at her monarch with her gentle eyes. She said with heartache, "The group of quacks in the Imperial Medical Bureau are too useless. They've treated you for so many days, but you still haven't gotten better. You've been in deep thought every day and repeatedly woke up from nightmares. It's really harmful to your dragon body. This concubine is really worried." Grabbing Consort Qi's hand and kissing it, the emperor said in a slightly tired voice, "My beloved concubine is considerate." For months ago, at the festival of bathing the Buddha, he looked quite energetic. But in just a few short months, his hair had turned white. The emperor was old. Consort Qi leaned into the emperor's arms. "This concubine has been thinking for a long time. Your old illness hasn't acted up for several years. But this year, it acted up again and again. It must be that slut who killed herself. Her filthy cold air collided with the auspicious purple air in the imperial harem. Therefore, this concubine thinks that it's best for us to hold a happy occasion to drive away the cold air and welcome back the purple air. Only then can the imperial harem return to its former peace. That way, perhaps your old nightmare illness will be cured." "What kind of happy occasion?" Consort Qi pretended to be careless and said, "This concubine remembers that not long ago, you were discussing the marriage of heir Xiahou with the old concubines. Later, because of the Phoenix Terrace case, it was temporarily delayed. Now that the case is closed, why don't we understand what you mean. However, the position of the South pacifying king has always been extremely special in this court, so the choice of the heir consort is truly not a simple matter. It needs to be carefully considered. Of course, I know about this. So 3 days ago, I specially invited the imperial astronomer to perform a divination on the marriage of heir Xiahou. The result of the divination will come out tonight. At that time, it will be up to heaven to decide which miss is most suitable to be heir Xiahou's wife. No one can interfere. How about your Majesty make a decision based on the result? Beloved concubine has thought it through thoroughly. Then let's follow beloved concubine's plan. This concubine thanks your Majesty for your trust. This concubine will definitely handle this matter properly and will not disappoint your Majesty." Concubine Qi bowed deeply, and her heart couldn't help but overflow with uncontrollable excitement. Xiahou Qing's marriage was something that countless people in the imperial harem were scheming about. Not for anything else, but because of the powerful influence of the South pacifying king's estate that he represented. If Xiyu could successfully marry into the South pacifying king's estate as heir concubine, then her Su-Er's throne would be just around the corner. So, she had been painstakingly scheming these days for the sake of the answer of heaven's will, and she believed that the final answer would not disappoint her. Your Majesty, Nyang Nyang, the divination from the imperial astronomer has come out. Concubine Chi's excited voice quickly sounded in the outer hall. This concubine will bring it for your Majesty. Concubine Chi walked over with a smile and raised her slender white hand. She picked up the small divination in the center of the large tray and flipped it to the back. In the next moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Concubine Chi looked at the divination in her hand and sucked in a breath. Outside the hall, the rainstorm that had been dense for a long time fell without warning. The sound of the torrential rain drowned out the sound of Chi Fei's trembling heartbeat. It also completely drowned out the sound of the talisman falling from her hand. She almost lost her voice and said, How could this be? Her face that had been as beautiful as a flower a moment ago was now filled with shock and fear. It was as if the thickest peony in her garden had suddenly been destroyed by the torrential rain. The emperor frowned in surprise. What is it? That divination had coincidentally fallen by Lien Song's feet. Lien Song did his best to suppress his curiosity, ordering himself not to look. But in the end, he couldn't resist and secretly glanced at it. It was that glance that made his breathing stop. It was as if his throat was being choked and he couldn't breathe. Then his entire body couldn't help but tremble, because on that divination was the result of the heir concubine selection. It wasn't the name of a certain family's young miss, but 8 large words, deranged and crazy, died an unnatural death. Chapter 128. A night of rain soaked the entire capital. It was such a heavy rain that it almost made people think that the entire sky would collapse and crush the 3,000 prosperous places in the world. Fortunately, in the latter half of the night, God seemed to have vented most of his inexplicable temper, and the rain gradually lessened. On the morning of the second day, there was only a fine drizzle that was as light as a cow's hair. It gently fell on the pond where the lotus had already revealed its sharp edges, on the pear white heart where the peach blossoms had all fallen, and on the thick green banana leaves that had been washed by the water. Rustle, rustle, drip, 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 lively and light, the most suitable for sleeping. Thus Ning Shu opened her eyes and looked out of the window. Seeing that the sky was not too late, she lazily turned over and decided to take a short nap. Ever since the previous case was closed, her nerves, which had been stretched taut for more than half a month, could finally take a breather. She gave Zigue and Lin Xiao each a long holiday. She even claimed that she was sick and did not go out. She hid in the Fu all day and stole half a day of leisure, thinking of her ambition when she was reborn, to casually find someone to marry in this life and endure the curse of 17 years old, to protect her family and then be at ease to be a rich and idle person and enjoy life. Who would have thought that God did not want her to have an easy time? Not to mention the female general who jinxes her husband, the reincarnation of a heavenly fox. There was also the plum blossom kiss, this unique poison, and was even forced to be tied together with that unfathomable Xiao Qing. AI, life is not easy. Live and cherish it. She just moved a little when someone gently lifted the curtain and whispered, Young miss? It was Fu Ling. What is the matter? Just waking up. Ning Shu's voice sounded a little lazy and innocent. Fu Ling said, His Highness the Sixth Prince came to the residence to visit again and just asked about you. Hearing that name, Ning Shu frowned. You said that I had caught a cold a few days ago and had not recovered and was not suitable to receive guests. But this reason has been said 3 times, and His Highness the Sixth Prince said, he must see you today before leaving. Ning Shu had a headache as she pulled the blanket over her head and gave a long sigh before she resigned herself to her fate and got up with Fu Ling's help. In front of the Yuji Pavilion, there was a lotus pond. The lotus flowers in the pond had not yet bloomed, and only a small tip was revealed. Fortunately, there were a few weeping willows around the pond, making the pond not so lonely. It was still drizzling, the water splashing into the pond and hitting the tiles above Xiao Yunyi's head, dripping down the eaves and onto the ground, making him frown in annoyance. Xiao Yuni had been waiting in the pavilion for 2 whole hours and was prepared to continue waiting. He had to see Ning Shu today. Logically speaking, he was an outsider, and it was inappropriate for him to stay here and ask to see a girl who had not yet been betrothed. However, he was really insistent, and the public house could not just kick him out of the house, so they could only send someone to serve him. Dozens of servants and maids stood around him, but no one dared to get too close to him. It was said that fresh blood was the best weapon to speed up a person's growth. Ever since the great victory over the bandits at Yanxi Mountain, where he personally sent the bloody head of the bandit leader to His Majesty, Xiao Yuni received great praise from His Majesty and was ordered to lead 30,000 young Qingwai. No one would have thought that this down-and-out prince, who used to have frostbites all over his hands, would climb to such an enviable and surprising position at such a fast speed. And after bathing in the blood, he became colder and colder, like a sharp knife full of murderous intent. Hearing Ning Shu's footsteps, the arrogance in Xiao Yuni's eyes quickly faded and he turned around. Ning Shu did not plan to be entangled with Xiao Yuni for long today, so she casually picked a snow-white robe and put it on. Even her hair was tied up in the simplest hairstyle, and she did not use any rouge or face powder. She was like a lotus that just came out of the water, pure and elegant. But when she appeared in front of Xiao Yuni, it still made his heart tremble slightly. His Shu was already a national beauty without any face powder. If she dressed up carefully, he did not know how beautiful she would be. The funny thing was, the only time he saw her dressed up, the fiery red wedding dress she was wearing was not for him. Chapter 129. The resentment in his heart surged like a tide, and Xiao Yuni wanted to ask her, why was she avoiding him recently? How was he like a scourge that she had to avoid him? But Ning Shu was one step faster and spoke first. Crossing her hands in front of her chest, she bent her knees and bowed deeply to him. My daughter greets your highness the 6th prince. May your highness spare my daughter's life. Xiao Yuni's expression immediately changed and he frowned. What did you say? When did I ever want to hurt you, let alone take your life? He thought for a while and immediately explained, if you still mind that I deliberately stopped you that day at Third Brother's residence and almost made you reveal your flaws, I can explain it to you. That day, I was really drunk. I didn't mean it when I was drunk. I didn't know that you were investigating a case that day, so there was some misunderstanding in your heart. That's why I did what I did. It wasn't true. After that, I immediately stopped when I sobered up. But he saw Ning Shu slowly shaking her head. That's not the only thing my daughter is talking about. Don't tell me that your highness doesn't know that you have been pushing me into the abyss of death? In the drizzle, her voice was as cold as the drizzle. It seemed to be close at hand, but it seemed to be far away. Xiao Yuni frowned deeper, as if he was completely confused by her words. Sure. What do you mean by this? When did I want to put you to death? He approached her, but she retreated and distanced herself step by step, not hesitating to fall into the rain. Fu Ling saw her drenched in the rain and hurriedly raised the sky-blue oil paper umbrella, but it was brushed away by her. The fine drizzle quickly fell on her body. The rain didn't seem heavy, but it quickly soaked her face completely, slowly condensing into droplets of water that dripped down along her small, snow-white chin. Xiao Yuni's heart was filled with a trace of heartache and anger. What are you doing? If you have anything to say, then say it in the pavilion. Don't catch a cold from the rain. But she shook her head and stubbornly said, Your Highness should know. Seeing that Ning Shu was willing to let the rain wet her hair and clothes to stay away from him, Xiao Yuni clenched his fists tightly, almost squeezing out words filled with anger and resentment from between his teeth. What should I know? I only know that before you turned 15, you clearly didn't have the appearance of wanting to keep me 1,000 miles away like you do now. Don't try to fool me with some random Failwan. I don't even know her. She raised her head in the rain. The fine drizzle gradually moistened her feather-like eyelashes, making her look cold and heavy. You should know about my reputation and your status. You should know about the Empress's dissatisfaction with me and her expectations for you. You should also know that after the Phoenix Terrace case, although His Majesty didn't say it out loud, he was still afraid of me in his heart. But you still come to our Duke's mansion again and again. which is tantamount to reminding His Majesty and the Empress over and over again that there is a thorn in their side. Ning Shu, aren't you pushing me towards the edge of the cliff step by step? Yes, the wind and rain can indeed make me catch a cold, but no matter how severe the cold is, it will only last for 30 to 50 days at most. I will be fine after taking a few medicine. But your actions are much more terrifying than the wind and rain to me. The rain outside the pavilion was like silk, and her voice was like orchids. But the sound of thunder from last night suddenly rang in Xiao Yunyi's ears, causing his doubts and resentment to crumble in an instant. He was almost at a loss as to what to do. I never thought of it that way. Sure, you should know me. Ever since I made that promise to you 11 years ago, I swore to fulfill it and give you the best life. I never thought of harming you. Could it be that you really can't feel what I'm thinking? In the drizzle, Ning Shu sighed softly. Previously in the Phoenix Algae Palace, Your Highness knelt down and begged Her Majesty to spare my life for me. To be honest, I was not indifferent. But I'm afraid you don't know what Her Majesty said when she heard the palace servant report that you were kneeling outside the door and refused to get up. She said, I was still hesitating whether to kill you or not, but Yuni has always been sensible and has never dared to disobey me. You are the exception. She also said, it seems that if I don't punish you, it will be unreasonable. Your Highness, you are indeed doing everything for my good, but your actions are actually only moving yourself. Chapter 130. A sigh was like a white silk, strangling his throat, tearing Xiao Yunyi's voice apart. Moved myself? His eyes trembled deeply, several strong emotions surging in his chest at the same time, colliding and fighting, causing him to be stunned and unable to react. This Xiao Yunyi did not have the high-spirited spirit he had in the imperial court, did not have the fierceness and cruelty he had when he was waving his sword. Instead, he looked a little pitiful. Ning Shu did not want to say it like this, but he was so stubborn that she had no choice but to use the strong medicine. Right now, I am in a sea of fire, and the only thing I can rely on to survive is the thin rope above the sea of fire. Your Highness's closeness to me is like a knife that wants to kill me. As long as Your Highness gets closer to me, the blade of the knife will get closer to the rope under my feet. If you force yourself to approach, the blade will mercilessly cut off the rope, causing me to fall into the raging flames, allowing the flames to lick my skin and burn my flesh and internal organs. In the end, my entire body will be turned into charcoal, and I will die without a complete corpse. So, if Your Highness wants me to live, please stay further away from me, even further away. This way, I won't let down the shallow friendship I had when I was 5 years old, when I boldly spoke up for Your Highness. With that, she turned to leave, but she heard a gust of wind and her hand was grabbed by someone, pulling her back into the pavilion. Beside her, Fu Ling and the others were shocked and wanted to stop him, but Xiao Yunyi's actions were too fast and too fierce. Ning Shu was caught off guard, and her back was pressed against the pillar of the pavilion. She was forced to look up and meet Xiao Yunyi's burning eyes. Do you think that I abandoned my mother and wanted to fight for that position entirely for myself? Xiao Yunyi gritted his teeth and asked in a suppressed and painful voice by her ear. His chest rose and fell violently. His eyes, which clearly reflected her figure, were bloodshot with anger. After so many years, I still remember that year when I knelt in front of Imperial Concubine Qi's palace. There were so many people coming and going in the palace, one by one, walked in front of me, but no one stood up for me. Even my biological mother, Yin Zhaoyi, only dared to use a handkerchief to wipe her tears after hearing about it. She quietly said to me, "Mother is useless, unable to protect you." Then, when Consort Qi's sedan arrived, she hurriedly knelt down to pay her respects, not daring to say a single word for me. He took a deep breath, as if he was immersed in the memories that were half bright and half dark. There was only a little you. You blinked your big, innocent eyes and looked at me for a long time. Then, you jumped down from your mother's knee and stood in front of me. But after you helped me clear my name, you were almost charged with the crime of disrespect by Imperial Concubine Qi. Do you know what I was thinking at that time? What I was thinking was, Not only is my mother incompetent, I am also incompetent. In this world, there is only one person who dares to stand up for me, but will be punished because of me. I am simply too incompetent. On that day, I swore in my heart that I would never let this happen again. One day in the future, I will definitely protect you behind me. In this world, there are millions of people, no matter if it is a person or a beast, a god or a ghost in hell, no one will be able to hurt you. But you actually said that I was only moved by myself? His eyes were completely red. Every time he looked at her, every time he looked into her eyes, it was like burning charcoal. In both her previous and current lives, this was the first time he had said these words from the bottom of his heart to her. The deep affection in those words made her unable to control her shock and fear. It was as if he really, really deeply placed her in the bottom of his heart. If she had not experienced the pain of that life, perhaps she really would have believed it. Unfortunately, Your Highness, what you mean is that you fought with all your might for me. After a short silence, Ning Shu took a light breath. When she looked up again, her eyes had regained their clarity. Then may I ask, Your Highness, if I ask you to stop and turn back now, to be an idle prince, like His Highness Prince Ku, to spend all day reciting the wind, drinking wine, drawing eyebrows and putting on concubine's makeup, not caring about court affairs and only enjoying life, would you be willing? Xiao Yuni said excitedly. How do you know? I'm not. The word I'm willing almost slipped out of his mouth, but when this short word reached his mouth, it was like a hard stone had suddenly appeared and firmly blocked his mouth, making him unable to make a sound. In this short moment of hesitation, Ning Shu had the chance to withdraw her wrist. She took 3 steps back and smiled faintly at him. It seems like you and I both have an answer. Chapter 131. It was a thin layer of paper with the world's most exquisite patterns drawn on it. It was almost mesmerizing, but Ning Shu broke it with a light poke. The wind and snow hidden behind the paper window slapped Xiao Yuni mercilessly like a slap on his face, causing his face to turn pale and full of embarrassment. He was at a loss for what to do. No, mixed emotions filled his chest, making him feel embarrassed, introspective, and conflicted. He had always thought that he fought for that throne with all his might for Ning Shu. But why was it that when Ning Shu asked him to give up, those 2 simple words, he could not say it out loud? By his ear, Ning Shu's voice was like a gust of wind that could not be any lighter, blowing into his ears through the clouds, the sea of flowers, and the misty snowy peaks. Your Highness, you thought that everything you did was to help me, but in reality, it was to help the powerless you back then. The fog in front of him dispersed and Xiao Yuni's eyebrows trembled. The word hypocrite drilled into his mind cruelly and straightforwardly, sentencing himself to death. So it was like this? No. He really had her in his heart. It wasn't all for himself. But more thoughts surged into his mind. If he really gave up for her, then what was all the humiliation he had suffered since he was young? What was it when he abandoned his mother 11 years ago and was looked down upon and despised by others? What was it when he endured and hid like a wolf all these years, preparing and plotting? Was it all in vain? No, it was impossible. All these thoughts merged together and turned into a dark flame burning in his heart. He gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Shu in pain. Sure, why do you have to force me to make a choice? Can't I? Do I want both? 5 words were about to come out, but in the end, they were stuck in his mouth, unable to leave his mouth. Because now that everything had been exposed by Ning Shu, he knew clearly that it was impossible. If he insisted on having her, then he would definitely make his royal father and royal mother unhappy. The result would either be her death, or he would be completely thrown out of that stairway. If he insisted on having the throne, then like what she said just now, every step he took now was the knife that would kill her. Unless she was willing to be a sparrow raised in a golden cage by him, obediently hiding in the cage, silently enduring all the malice in the world, not fighting, not arguing, and not making a fuss, silently enduring and enduring, until he ascended to the supreme throne, He would then wash away all the grievances and injustice for her. But stop joking. If she had such a mediocre and cowardly personality, she wouldn't have stood up for him 11 years ago when she was only 5 years old. Then, there would be no possibility of them even knowing each other. There was no way to get the best of both worlds, not letting down Buddha and not letting down Qing. In the end, it was an extravagant hope with no way out. Looking at Xiao Yuni, who was completely lost, Ning Shu couldn't help but think of the last moment of that life, when they met with swords and spears at the city gates. She was guarding the high city gates and looking down. He was on the war horse that was attacking the city, holding the blood-stained emperor's sword in his hand. His red eyes looked at her in confusion as he asked softly, "Why did we become like this?" A feeling of pain that she hadn't felt for a long time secretly slipped out, making her sigh helplessly. Look, why bother? Walking the same path again. Was her head kicked by a donkey? This 300-year-old ghost, wouldn't he become the laughing stock of the entire underworld when he returned? Sure, wait a minute, I will definitely think of a way. The intense conflict made his voice hoarse. He hurriedly reached out to pull her back and defend himself, but she heard a servant suddenly jogging over to report, "Eldest miss, the Lord Pacifying Manor has sent you a letter, asking for your help." Chapter 132. His words made Ning Shu feel like she had been pardoned. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and immediately turned to take the invitation from the servant before she bowed politely to Xiao Yuni. "I have other matters to attend to now, so please forgive me for taking my leave first." When she brushed past Xiao Yuni, Ning Shu's footsteps paused slightly. "Your Highness risked your life and went into battle. It wasn't easy for you to get to your current position after killing those bandits in Flame Breath Mountain. It wasn't easy for you to get to your current position. I sincerely pray that your Highness's wish will come true and you will be able to ascend the throne." She didn't know how much of his words were true and how much of it was false. Even if it was only a little, she was willing to sincerely pray for him. As for the rest, the eagle soared into the sky, the fish soared to the bottom, and the bridge went their own way. This was supposed to be the best ending for them in this life. The rain had quietly stopped, and her snow-white dress rippled along with her footsteps. It was as if she was walking on snow and couldn't be chased. Looking at her slim back as she walked out of his sight, Xiao Yuni was in a trance. After a long time, he clenched his fists until the veins on the back of his hand were exposed. Then he softly and aggressively said his lifelong obsession. "You said that I'm harming you by getting close to you. Then why do you keep getting close to Xiao Qing? Won't he harm you? In the end, it's just an excuse for you to reject me." "Sure, since you sincerely pray for me, then I want both you and the world. Even if there is no path, I will use the sword in my hand and the bone in my finger to carve out a path. Even if I break your wings. In this life, you can only grow old with me. Others can only dream about it." Outside Duke Ning. "Master, the invitation has been sent in." Josie finished his work and opened the curtain, reporting respectfully to the young master inside. Xiaoho nodded and replied, Then." He coughed softly. Huiyamo, who was beside him, immediately acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He took out a green porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. "Master, please take the medicine." The cool breeze in the middle of the night in April might not mean anything to other people, but his master had been ill for many years and couldn't bear even the slightest breeze. That day, after Lady Ning fell into the water, the prince gave her a cloak. After returning to the prince's residence, his coughing relapsed. Lady Ning had been sick for 3 days, but his Shitsi had been sick until now. A few days ago, when he went to Phoenix Terrace to examine Consort Nguyen's corpse, he forced himself to endure the pain. Instead, his coughing became worse, and that night, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After lying in bed for a few more days, he felt better today. So when he heard him cough again, Huiyamo immediately became alert. He wanted to wrap his master up with the most precious thing in the world. Huiyamo endured it and finally couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "Your Highness, you can't do that again next time." It's not like His Highness didn't know his own body. He really didn't cherish it at all. After taking the medicine, he put the teacup in his hand into his mouth and took a sip. Then he slowly put it down. Under the black fox fur, Xiahou Qing's skin became more and more pale like snow. It doesn't matter. This body is just a matter of a few days earlier or later. Why take it to heart? His cold self-mockery made Hui Mo's heart ache, but he also knew that it was the truth. He only hated himself for being incompetent. He had learned so many poison and medical books in vain, but he still didn't have the ability to cure the plum blossom kiss and save His Highness's life. Why was he called Hui Mo? He should be called trash. Hui Mo's mood couldn't help but become depressed. Chapter 133. I think that since Mr. Cloudleaf can come back from the dead, there must be a way to cure the poison. Although we can't solve it for the time being, with the help of a smart person like Lady Ning, I believe that we can solve the mystery of the plum blossom kiss smoothly. By then, you will be able to recover as before. Juicy gently pulled Huiyamo and motioned him to look out of the window. Huiyamo was a young man after all. His attention was immediately diverted, and he looked out of the window. Soon, he caught a glimpse of light and immediately said, "Master, Lady Ning is here." Just now, the snow-white cloak was stained with rain. Ning Shu hurriedly went back to change and rushed out. She didn't even have time to dry her hair. At this time, there was still some moisture in her hair, which made her hair darker. Her face was as white as snow, and her lips were as red as vermilion. She was particularly agile. Hearing the sound of Ning Shu's footsteps, Xiahou Qing said, slowly. A vague figure was outlined in his mind. The figure should be just at the height of his chin. That night, he threw the cloak to her to wrap around her body. She seemed to be holding it tightly and slowly. Step by step, she walked carefully so that the cloak would not fall to the ground. She should also have a pair of very clever eyes. Every time she came up with a clever idea in her mind, a bright light would flow out from her eyes. She looked as delicate as an orchid, but there was an unimaginable tenacity hidden in her eyes. Even if she was in a sea of fire, or under the questioning eyes of 300,000 people, she had never been afraid. Other than that, he knew nothing, but he seemed to know a lot of things unconsciously. Ning Shu, who was being painted by him in his mind, stepped out of the gate of the Duke's mansion. Her eyes quickly found the familiar figure in the black fox fur coat in the carriage and smiled slightly. "Greetings, Your Highness. May I know why Your Highness is looking for my daughter today?" She didn't waste time to be polite and asked directly. She knew that unless there was something urgent, Xiahou Qing wouldn't have sent her an invitation without notifying her in advance. Hearing her voice, the brush and ink in Xiahou Qing's mind suddenly stopped and dissipated like smoke. Separated by the black brocade in front of him, he looked in her direction and casually waved his hand. "Last time, I heard that you were very interested in my concubine selection. Today, I will satisfy you. Let's get in the car." This sentence made Ning Shu reveal an extremely startled expression. She thought it was something urgent, but she didn't expect it to be this. However, His Highness has already decided on the heir consort? So fast? As far as she knew, the higher the rank of Marquis in the manor, the more etiquette they had to go through when it came to marriage. It wasn't uncommon to spend a year or so just to arrange the marriage, not to mention the large amount of red tape and other formalities that followed. If there was even the slightest mistake, it wasn't impossible to start all over again. It had only been a few days since their last chat, and he had already decided? Her mind was filled with shock, but he was still as calm as before. He fiddled with the bone in his hand that had long been flattened and knocked on the table. "It hasn't been decided yet, but it will be soon. Today, I am waiting for you to choose one for me." The previous sentence made Ning Shu startled, and this sentence made Ning Shu completely dumbfounded. "I will choose?" Ning Shu almost thought that she had misheard. "Your Highness isn't joking, right?" This joke was so big that it wasn't funny at all. But she saw Xiahou Qing's lips curl up slightly, as if he was talking about someone else's matter, and it had nothing to do with him. He said casually, "Why not?" Chapter 134. Ning Shu's eyebrows moved slightly and she said, "There are millions of women in this world. There are plump swallows and thin rings, weak willows swaying in the wind, passionate and talented women, elegant and graceful. I don't know what kind of woman your highness likes. If I randomly choose someone that your highness is not satisfied with, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, I ask your highness to find someone else." Xiahou Qing said without restraint, "Don't worry. No matter who you choose, it doesn't make any difference to me. I don't need to worry about blaming you." Ning Shu hesitated and said, "Then what if I choose the most generous and fat of all the young ladies, with an appearance that is like salt, without talent and without interest?" Xiahou Qing continued to be calm. "It doesn't matter. If she has no talent and no virtue, likes to indulge in flights of fancy, and does all kinds of mischief all day, your highness won't mind?" Xiahou Qing's expression was still calm. "It doesn't matter." Ning Shu smiled. He clearly chose the person she would spend all day with. If it was someone else, their heart would be filled with eagerness. He, on the other hand, didn't look like he was choosing a concubine. Instead, he looked like he was casually choosing a painting to hang on the wall. Therefore, she casually said, "What if it's someone like me, who has a bad luck in her life?" She thought that he would continue to maintain his cold and silent appearance. She didn't expect him to frown, as if he was extremely disgusted. Then, he spat out 4 solemn words from his lips and teeth. "Impossible." Ning Shu froze for a moment, then she smiled awkwardly and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I was just joking." In the palace, the young ladies carefully selected by His Majesty, the Empress, and the Grand Imperial Concubine must be of good character and appearance. How could there be someone like me who has a bad luck? TSK, she knew that her good reputation was spread far and wide, and no one would welcome her if she married into any family. However, they were friends who had solved the same case, so he should at least give her some face. If he didn't give her any face, it would be too embarrassing. Upon hearing her words, Xiahou Qing's frown deepened. He pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to respond. At the side, Juicy hurriedly said, "Lady Ning, please don't misunderstand. My family's heir doesn't mean to be disrespectful. Instead, He thought for a moment, but didn't know how to phrase it. In the end, he pushed the brocade box on the table in front of Ning Shu and said respectfully in a low voice, "Lady Ning will understand after you see it." The black brocade box was pushed in front of her. Ning Shu glanced at Juicy's tense face. Immediately, her joking expression changed. She picked up the brocade box and slowly opened it. Then, she saw the small and exquisite token. She was caught off guard and her eyes widened. "This is," Xiahou Qing's low voice slowly sounded in her ear. "Last night, the imperial astronomer obeyed imperial concubine Qi's orders and performed a divination for me to choose a consort. In the end, which family's young miss was the best choice for the heir's consort, the result of the divination was not the birth characters of any family, nor was it the family name. Instead, it was the curse of these 8 characters that flew out of nowhere: madness, madness, and violent death. Can you guess what this token means? My heir's consort hasn't been chosen yet, but her fate has already been decided. Tell me, who should I choose?" There was a hint of a smile in his voice, but it was the kind that was exceptionally cold. What was dozens of times colder than his voice was the shocking red characters in front of Ning Shu. Each character seemed to have been carefully drawn with every stroke, so thick that it seemed like it would drip blood. How is this possible? Ning Shu's beautiful brows tightly knit together, and she immediately raised her doubts. First, since the imperial astronomer obeyed imperial concubine Qi's orders to perform a divination, it must have recorded the names and corresponding birth dates of all the young misses to be chosen. It must be checked over and over again before it can be thrown into the divination pot. How could such an ominous piece of paper be mixed in with the rest? Second, His Highness's consort selection is a major event, so it's impossible for only one person to be present to perform the divination. At the very least, the supervisor, junior supervisor, magistrate, and more than 10 other people should be there to assist. The process of making the tokens, making a vow, inquiring about the heavens, throwing the tokens, and so on, has to be done in groups of 2 or 3.
Each group is responsible for one step, not interfering with each other and supervising each other. Even if that ominous token was lucky enough to be mixed in, how could it be guaranteed that it would be chosen in the next step by chance? Third, perhaps the person who was a ghost specifically aimed at the last step of the token throwing and took the opportunity to replace the one that was truly chosen. But how did he escape the eyes of the people next to him? Moreover, the probability of being found to be a fraud in the last step is too high. There are only 2 or 3 suspects, and after this matter is revealed, these people will bear the brunt of the interrogation. How could he be so sure that he wouldn't be found? Or is it that he doesn't want to live anymore? She understood at the same time. So when he said impossible, it wasn't that he looked down on her, but that he would never let her be chosen and fall into that treacherous and terrifying situation. Chapter 135. That's right. Such an almost impossible thing happened. But it did. It happened right under His Majesty's nose. How inconceivable. Xiahou Qing slowly said, His Majesty ordered all 30 people in the Imperial Astronomer to be arrested and interrogated overnight. They didn't get any useful information and didn't find any clues. Currently, he could only order for this matter to be sealed. No one is allowed to leak it to the outside world. And you are the only person I told. For such a small piece of paper, the Ministry of Justice's most experienced torture experts were sent out, but they didn't find any suspicious points. It was simply ridiculous. It seems that after arranging my marriage, that person has extended his hands to Your Highness. It's just that the fate of going mad and dying an unnatural death is a little too cruel. Ningxu couldn't help but sigh. She thought for a moment and said, Then could it be that the piece of paper was swapped on the way from the Imperial Astronomer to Funing Palace? Logically speaking, after the Imperial Astronomer divined a heavenly secret, it shouldn't be spied on in advance. It should be immediately sealed and presented to the Emperor before being made public. Therefore, it was very possible that it was swapped on the way. After the piece of paper was divined, it was sealed in a brocade box and locked. It was escorted into the palace by 8 eunuchs. The lock was divided into 2 halves, with 2 stewards each holding one half. When it reached Funing Palace, the 2 of them opened it at the same time. Then, under everyone's eyes, it was placed on a tray and presented to His Majesty and Consort Ning. Being a ghost under the eyes of so many people is much harder than being an Imperial Astronomer. The only possibility is that these 8 people conspired together. But do you know who these 8 eunuchs are? Xiahou Qing's finger lightly tapped on the brocade box, a mocking smile on his face. Consort Qi's trusted aides. Ningxu understood after thinking about it. She had long known that Qi Zhanyu had admired Xiahou Qing for a long time, and as a blood relative, Consort Qi, in order to fulfill her most beloved niece, and in order to use this marriage to draw the South pacifying manner to her side, increasing the bargaining chip for her son Xiao Yunsu to seize the throne, she would never allow this matter to go wrong. Therefore, even if the piece of paper was swapped, the original person could only be Qi Zhuanyu's piece of paper, and definitely not this one. However, such a mysterious thing had happened. It was so unpredictable and treacherous. After thinking it through, Ningxu was inwardly speechless. This matter has escaped the attention of so many pairs of eyes and 7 orifices people. It seems like it was done flawlessly. They must have put in a lot of effort. However, I still have some doubts about this matter. Is Your Highness the target of this matter, or? She stretched out her slender fingers and slowly wrote a word on the small table in front of her. Qi? Although this matter revolves around Your Highness's marriage, Imperial concubine Qi is also inexplicably involved. Her purpose is clear as day. She wants to betroth her niece, Qi Jueyu, to Your Highness. So I'm thinking, could there be another possibility? Someone was dissatisfied with Imperial concubine Qi's domineering behavior and didn't want this matter to be as simple as she wanted it to be, so she set up a trap to make things go contrary to her wishes. Xiahou Qing laughed. He had always been an indifferent person. Even if he laughed, it was mostly a mocking smile, a smile that wasn't a smile. It was enough to slightly raise the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he unexpectedly revealed such a clear smile.
It was like the spring breeze blowing on a pool of spring water, causing people's minds to involuntarily sway. "Yes, I also want to know which one it is," he said. Since the rain quietly stopped, the curtain of clouds gradually dispersed, and the treasured mirror became clear. The first ray of light poured out from the curtain of clouds, sprinkling down from the horizon and penetrating through the window, scattering diagonally on the side of his face. Half of it was light, half of it was dark, and that line of light and darkness fell on his smiling lips at this moment. After a short pause, Ning Shu moved her gaze away from that line of light and darkness and continued, "So, Your Highness' idea is to immediately choose a concubine." Chapter 136. Yes, Xiahou Qing's tone was unusually light. "This matter only happened last night. After I received His Majesty's summons, I had no choice but to rush to the palace in the rain. Naturally, I had to catch the other party off guard in the shortest amount of time. From last night until now, it has only been 10 hours. I want to see how the other party can set up 2 flawless puzzles in such a short amount of time. Other than that, I can also test who the other party's true target is." Ning Shu was silent. Why did she feel that compared to the curse on his future Shitzi Fei, he cared more about rushing into the palace in the rain in the middle of the night? Of course, she didn't dare to say this in front of him. She could only offer a smiling face and flatter him. "Your Highness is wise. This little girl admires you." She thought for a moment and then said, "But since Your Highness already has a plan in mind, why do you need this little girl to help you choose a consort and waste time? Can't Your Highness solve this matter yourself?" He lightly waved his hand and ordered Jusi to drive the carriage. Then he leaned against the brocade cushion to rest, using his hand to support his head. "I'm tired. Compared to working myself, I prefer to see others share my burdens." "What? You're not willing?" "I'm willing, very willing." "It's good that you're willing." Xiahou Qing curved his lips and threw over the eunuch robe that he had prepared earlier. The one from last time was ruined in the secret passageway in the Sea of Fire. "I ordered someone to make another one. I invited the best tailor and embroiderer in the capital. The price should be equal to half of the total cost of solving the last case." His meaning was very simple. Previously at the Chasing Cloud and Moon Chasing Tower, she had shamelessly proposed to split the cost of solving the case between them. He had gladly accepted, but the way he put it into practice made Ning Shu's heart bleed like a river. Thus, Ning Shu endured the pain in her heart and wore the most expensive eunuch robe in the capital. She followed Xiahou Qing into Weiyang Palace in the Imperial City to participate in the selection process for the Shitzi Fei. The sky had long since cleared up, and the jade-colored glazed tiles appeared even more magnificent and dazzling after being washed. Only the wet marks left on the vermilion walls of the palace and the lotus pond that had silently risen by half an inch reminded them that this place had just endured a terrible storm last night. Many of the begonia flowers in the palace had been hit by the wind and rain. Their petals had fallen, and they quietly drifted away with the water. Clusters of Taiping flowers quietly sprouted their pistils, and the red snow in the courtyard was as gorgeous as the sunset. It was said that this flower was the previous emperor's favorite flower. During his 30-odd years on the throne, his favorite word was peace. Unfortunately, when he died, it was the most chaotic time in the history of the dynasty. Seeing this flower suddenly bloom today, he really didn't know if this was a good sign or a bad one. Of course, Ning Shu only dared to think these words in her heart. She didn't dare to say it out loud, because this was the imperial palace, the most magnificent and vast place in the world, but also the place where conspiracies flourished. Before he even stepped into the Weiyang Palace, he could already hear the commotion inside. Ning Shu smiled and said, "It seems that your highness's charm is indeed extraordinary. Only half of the nobles in the city are left. The remaining ones who didn't come are probably those whose families haven't reached the right age. Although your highness can't see, it's better to go in and listen through the curtains. It's said that the voice is delicate and the body is soft. A pleasant voice can make one's whole body go limp and numb, even if one's appearance is average." Xiahou Qing coldly sneered. "Ah, it seems that you're quite an expert.
Don't forget why you're here today. I don't seem to have invited you to admire the beauty and chat. His black cloak was lifted by the wind, and he had already stepped into the side hall. Chapter 137. Consort Chi was supposed to be in charge of today's heir consort selection, but what happened last night was indeed too strange. His Majesty was not at ease and ordered the Empress to do the same. In the front hall, most of the noble young ladies from each manor had already arrived. Each of them sat on the banquet table with a heart like a rabbit, waiting for this so-called Taiping banquet, which was actually the beginning of the consort selection ceremony. Today, they all dressed up their most beautiful side. On one hand, they pretended to chat and joke with the young ladies next to them. On the other hand, they couldn't help but quietly look shyly and timidly at the huge screen that separated the front hall from the front hall. They only hoped that the handsome and outstanding heir Xiaohe would leisurely walk out from behind the screen and softly call out his name. Ning Shu didn't know how nervous and expectant these young ladies were. Ning Shu saw with her own eyes how leisurely and comfortable His Highness was until the palace maid came over and said, "Everyone is here. His Highness, please choose by yourself." Xiao Qing put down the teacup in his hand and leisurely stood up. He ordered Ning Shu to support him and walked to the front of the screen. The screen was very exquisite. It was a hollow style with a roll of spring snow melting red plum blossoms pasted on it. Looking from the front hall to the back, one could only vaguely see a rough outline. But looking from the back to the front, one could clearly see the situation in the front hall through the layer of exquisite carvings and paper. Xiao Qing said, "Which noble young ladies came today? Read out their names to me." Across the screen, Ning Shu looked at the 20 or so young ladies who were like blooming flower buds with rosy cheeks and read out their names one by one, until she saw Consort Chi and Consort Chi sitting on the east side. She paused and then said in a low voice, "Consort Chi is also here." Although His Majesty had ordered for the strange curse last night to be sealed, Consort Chi, who had witnessed it with her own eyes, must have a way to secretly pass the news to her closest niece, Consort Chi. If ordinary people knew about such a terrible curse, they would definitely hesitate. Unexpectedly, Qi Juanyu still came today. She was dressed in an embroidered robe and had the most exquisite makeup on her face. She arrogantly raised her chin and leaned against Consort Chi's side, disdaining to chat with any of the other noble young ladies present, as if she had already decided that the southern pacifying prince's heir consort was already in her bag. It was just that the light green hair under her eyes that was not completely covered showed that she had been hesitating and unable to sleep last night. Ning Shu really didn't know whether to praise her for being so affectionate that she didn't care about life and death, or decide that she didn't know the difference between life and death, which was admirable. Just as Ning Shu was reading out the names of all the young ladies present to Xiao Qing, Empress Chao smiled as she swept her gaze over the crowd. "Then," she said amiably, "since we're all here, let's begin the banquet. This empress has specially ordered people to pick the Taiping flowers that have just bloomed today. Let's admire the flowers as we eat. There's no need to be reserved. Just treat it as a small gathering with the elders and Jinlan." Empress Chao lightly waved her hand, indicating for the palace servants to start the banquet. At the entrance of the hall, a beautiful figure dressed in light yellow imperial robes suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, supporting someone as they stepped over the threshold. Everyone looked over and saw an unexpected person, the 13th Princess Xiao Zhangping. Everyone knew that the marriage of an imperial princess had always been decided by His Majesty, the Empress, or the Empress Dowager. There had never been a reason for them to be chosen together with the other noble young ladies. Wasn't she lowering her status by appearing here? Facing everyone's surprised, doubtful, or contemptuous gazes, Xiao Zhangping's eyes flashed with a trace of evasiveness. However, when old Princess Consort Yu gently patted her hand to comfort her, she found the courage she had been preparing for a long time. She straightened her back and brought out her pride as an imperial princess. Facing Empress Chao, she said, "Mother, please wait a moment. Mother, please wait a moment. I'm still missing." Putting down the wine cup in her hand, Empress Chao's eyes revealed disapproval. She frowned slightly and said, "Zhangping, Don't cause trouble. Chapter 138. The current emperor had a total of 8 princes and 6 princesses. It was hard to say who His Majesty favored the most. However, if one were to ask who His Majesty did not favor, it would be 13th Princess Xiao Zhangping. There was no other reason than Xiao Zhangping's birth was an accident after His Majesty drank. Her birth mother was a lowly palace maid in the inner servants' bureau. His Majesty met her by chance during a palace banquet after getting drunk. When he sobered up, he found that this palace maid was very ordinary and boring. His Majesty was very disappointed and did not plan to take her as a concubine. However, this palace maid was very capable and became pregnant with a dragon seed after one night. She then gave birth to 13th Princess Xiao Zhangping. However, this palace maid was unlucky and died of an epidemic a few years later. Until her death, she was only a 5th-rank talent. Her birth mother was not favored, so the 13th princess grew up like heir. It wasn't until 6 years ago, when old Prince Yu passed away due to illness, that Prince Yu's household had withered. Old Princess Consort Yu deeply felt that she was lonely, so she begged the emperor and the empress to choose the unattended 13th princess to accompany her. His Majesty, on account of his old relationship with the old prince, happily agreed. Since then, the unknown 13th princess Xiao Zhangping had a little support. Hearing the reprimand in Qiao Ho's words, Xiao Zhangping's face paled and she bit her lips. Previously, she had asked old Princess Consort Yu to put in a good word for her in front of Imperial Mother, but she had been softly rejected time and time again. It wasn't that she didn't know that Imperial Mother wasn't willing to stand up for her. She had also heard that Southern Yin had sent an envoy to ask for the princess's hand in marriage to tie the knot between the two countries. Thus, today was her last chance. She had to come, otherwise she was afraid that she would regret it for the rest of her life. Before Xiao Zhangping could think of a suitable response, Qi Zhaoyu, who was beside Consort Qi, stood up. Your Highness, this humble girl boldly asks, 13th princess is a princess. How can she be chosen with us? This does not seem to be reasonable, right? He then turned to look at Xiao Zhangping and sneered, Your Highness, it's fine if you don't care about your dignity, but if you drag His Majesty and Her Highness down with you, it will be a great sin. It would be fine if the Empress reprimanded her, but Qi Jueyu, dared to ridicule her in front of so many people. Xiao Zhangping was infuriated, but he also said, 4th young lady Qi, if that's the case, an inauspicious person like you shouldn't appear here. Aren't you afraid of offending Imperial Mother and His Highness the Crown Prince? I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences. Qi Jueyu frowned. How am I not clear? Xiao Zhangping sneered. The case of your 4th young lady being haunted by a demonic wolf has already spread to more than half of the capital. Your father has invited countless Taoist masters to exorcise the demonic spirit in the mansion, but they still haven't been completely exorcised. Don't tell me this isn't ominous? Her body is inauspicious, yet she still covets the position of heir consort. Does 4th young lady Qi wish to bring this misfortune into the Lord pacifying manner? What nonsense are you talking about? It's just that someone pranked me by leaving a few paw prints in my room to scare me. How could I be haunted by a demonic wolf? My birth date and horoscope were determined by the imperial astronomer. As for the so-called demonic wolf, I'm wondering if someone didn't want me to be chosen as the heir consort, so they deliberately tried to scare me and ruin my marriage with His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, you said that this person's ability is so great that it's not something an ordinary person can do. Who do you think it is? What do you mean by your words? You've committed a taboo and provoked a demon to cause mischief. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you're thinking of framing others. What a good upbringing. She watched as an imperial daughter and consort Qi's niece, the two most distinguished girls in the room, were about to quarrel in front of so many people. Ning Shu watched from behind the screen with great interest. Neither of these two were easy to deal with. Moreover, both of them were determined to win the position of heir consort. No matter which one it was hard to endure the luck of love. She quietly glanced to the side and looked at Xiahou Qing, expressing her deep sympathy for His Highness the Crown Prince.
As if he sensed Ning Shu's gloating gaze, Xiahou Qing coldly let out a heh from the bottom of his throat. With a light flick of his finger, a small bead flew out from between his fingers. Feeling her waist go numb, Ning Shu immediately couldn't laugh because her legs immediately went limp and weak. She dangerously grabbed onto something to prevent herself from falling. But before she could rejoice, she turned her head and found that the thing she was holding onto wasn't anything else but Xiahou Qing. Chapter 139. Her waist was sore and her legs were numb. She couldn't stand properly and hurriedly grabbed onto something. Only now did she realize that she was holding onto Xiahou Qing's shoulder with one hand and his belt with the other. Her entire upper body was pressed tightly against his chest. There wasn't an inch of distance between them. Her slightly hot cheeks could almost count the steady heartbeat in his chest. After a short moment of shock, it was followed by awkwardness. An indescribable awkwardness mixed with a trace of inexplicable panic. She immediately pulled back her hand in a fluster and steadied herself by holding onto the heavy screen in front of her. Then she smiled apologetically at him and wanted to say, "I'm really sorry. My daughter was careless and offended Your Highness." She also wanted to say, "My daughter didn't do it on purpose. It was Your Highness' fault." She also wanted to tease, "Your Highness, I see that these two are infatuated with you. Their backgrounds aren't low and their appearances are as beautiful as flowers. You won't make a mistake in choosing either one." But in the end, she didn't say a word. She pressed her fingertips against the auspicious patterns carved on the screen. She turned her head and continued to watch the situation in the front hall. Beside her, Xiahou Qing was also silent. He silently listened to the sounds in front of him. After a long time, he raised his hand and brushed the shoulder that Ning Shu had just held onto. Then he pinched it, as if he was pinching a flower that had quietly landed on his shoulder. The front hall knew nothing about what happened behind the screen. Xiao Zhangping and Qi Jueyu were still bickering until Qiao Ho couldn't listen anymore and frowned. On the side, old Prince Yu coughed lightly and smiled at the Empress. "Nyang Nyang, look, these children are still children in the end. They're bickering with just a few words. They're really lively and cute. How about this? Since you're all here today, if you leave now, it'll be criticized. Why don't you all stay? As for who Namping Wang's heir chooses, it'll depend on your luck. Consort Qi Yang Yang, what do you say?" Consort Qi's expression was already extremely unhappy. Previously, when she was in charge of the heir consort selection, no one dared to mention that Qi Jinyu was haunted by the demon wolf. But now, she shared the same reasoning as the Empress. If she wanted to investigate further, Qi Jinyu indeed did not meet the requirements to participate in the selection. So, no matter how unhappy she was, she could only nod and smile coldly. "Then little 13th will stay and chat with me for a while. Just treat it as playing." Empress Chao said, "If that's the case, then so be it." Empress Chao did not have any children, so there was no legitimate princess who could marry into the Namping Wang estate. Her Chao family also did not have a young lady of the right age who met the requirements for the heir consort selection. Thus, Empress Chao did not intend to get involved in this matter. However, although the final flower did not fall into her family's hands, if that flower brushed past Imperial Concubine Qi, she would be happy to see it happen. Between the 13th princess and Qi Juanyu, she preferred the former. Moreover, old Princess Consort Yu had made a special appearance today, so she was naturally willing to give her some face. Xiao Zhangping and Qi Juanyu sat opposite each other and coldly glanced at each other. The banquet officially began. Under the cover of the music, Ning Shu said in a low voice, "Now, the 24 young ladies have all arrived. Today, the Empress, Imperial Concubine Qi, Old Concubine Yu, and Old Concubine Shan and Old Concubine Su are accompanying them. In the entire palace, other than them, there are 42 palace maids, 56 eunuchs, 12 performers, and guards standing guard outside the hall. Your Highness, you can begin the selection of the heir consort." There were 139 people in the entire palace. If someone wanted to play tricks, it would definitely be one of these people. However, how should the 24 young ladies be chosen to catch the ghost hiding behind them? Xiahou Qing looked at her and said calmly,
What do you think? Ning Shu slightly frowned and went through the situation again in her mind. Finally, she said 2 words, draw lots. Hearing this, Xiahou Qing slightly raised the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Then, he waved his hand and Huiyamo immediately took out a brocade box that had been prepared earlier. When he opened it, there was a thick stack of paper inside. The rest of the paper was blank except for a line of words written on one of the papers, 1,000 trees blooming in the east wind night. The brush and ink were elegant and natural like a dragon. Huiyamo didn't need to be told. He folded the paper into the same size and sealed it in another stack of prepared envelopes. Ning Shu saw this and raised her eyebrows. It seemed that great minds think alike. Chapter 140. There were a total of 24 ladies present, and each of them had a huge variable. Instead of randomly choosing one, it was better to use the strategy of drawing lots to completely muddy the pool of hidden mystery. If the other party had an accurate target, they would definitely take action during the drawing of lots. If not, then it would depend on the final result. Huiyamo quickly packed the 24 letters, sealed them with wax, put them back into the brocade box, and handed it to Ning Shu. Go ahead, Xiahou Qing said. Ning Shu nodded, bent over and put the brocade box on top of her head, twisted her body and slowly walked out from behind the screen. Everyone at the banquet seemed to be enjoying the flowers, but in fact, many people's eyes quietly fell on the screen. When Ning Shu appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chao Ho raised his head and glanced at the crowd. He said gracefully, "Have you made your decision, Heir Xiahou?" Ning Shu cupped her fists and bowed. She lowered her voice and said, "Reporting to the Empress, my family Shi Ziyi said that all of you ladies are virtuous ladies from famous families, and each of you has your own outstanding points. As the saying goes, flowers and disorder gradually confuse people's eyes." He really didn't know how to make a choice to live up to everyone's misplaced love. Thus, he decided to leave this matter to the heavens. There are 24 letters in the brocade box in my hand, 23 of them are empty, and only one of them is written by His Highness. Later, I'll have to trouble the ladies to randomly pick one letter from them, and then it will be clear at a glance who is chosen. Hearing this, all the ladies present whispered. The so-called concubine selection was to choose the most beautiful, the most gentle and dignified, or the most talented among a group of ladies with good family backgrounds. Therefore, most of the ladies present hurriedly practiced their best skills before receiving the invitation to enter the palace this morning, and were ready to show it at the banquet to catch the attention of His Highness. No one expected that the final concubine selection was inexplicable drawing of lots, which really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, some people were secretly happy. No matter what kind of concubine selection method, there was a possibility that the concubine would be selected internally. On the contrary, drawing of lots was the most fair and reasonable. Everyone had a chance, and maybe the good luck would fall on them. Only Qi Jueyu frowned and pulled Qi Fei's sleeve, showing her displeasure. This method was beneficial to others, but it was extremely disadvantageous to her. The chance of 1 in 24 was too low. However, this method was proposed by Heir Xiahou himself, and no one could change it. On the other side, Xiao Zhangping also clutched his handkerchief, revealing a nervous expression. Old concubine Shen, who was sitting next to Empress Chao, laughed. The so-called marriage is predestined by the heavens. In the end, it depends on whose hand the red string is wrapped around. This method is quite interesting. Don't you think so, Your Highness? Empress Chao smiled and nodded. When the time comes, those who don't get it don't have to complain. It's all fate. Thus, the drawing of lots began. Qi Juanyu was overbearing. She was the first to get up and walk to Ning Shu, but her hand grabbed a letter in front of the brocade box and put it down. Then, she hesitated and grabbed another letter. She hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't decide which one to pick. Until Xiao Zhangping also came over, Qi Juanyu was unwilling to lose to her. Both of them bit their lips at the same time and took one of the letters. Then, more than 20 other ladies came to pick one letter one after another, and then returned to their seats one after another. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly, and there was no trace of a wave. Putting down the brocade box in her hand, Ning Shu silently stood aside, waiting for the last moment of the answer. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.